Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you to the January 13th study session of the Board of Education for Jordan School District. Our illustrious leader, Nikki George, has been rear-ended on her way to this meeting and is sorting out that issue and has asked that I conduct until she gets here, which should be shortly. My name is Bryce Dunford, and I welcome all of you to the Jordan Academy for Technology and Careers South Building. We are joined today with all other 7 members of the board, our superintendent, our associate superintendent, our business administrator, and our legal counsel. Welcome. It's a beautiful day today. We are going to jump into our agenda. Our first item on the agenda is a gifted and talented presentation. We welcome to the table Mrs. Carolyn Goff, our Administrator of Teaching and Learning, and Rebecca Smith, the gifted and talented consultant. This is an informational item for board members. This is to kind of help you understand our gifted and talented program. So feel free to ask any clarifying questions you have after their presentation, but no action is anticipated on this item. So take it away.
If I may, I'd like to jump in and just thank Rebecca Smith and for all of her work, and Carolyn Goff and all of the folks in teaching and learning for all the prep they've done on this. We traveled to the National Conference on Gifted Education, and it was really, really worthwhile. We had some principals with us and some of our specialists. And I'm excited for this presentation today. As Mr. Dunford indicated, this is a presentation that really accomplishes 3 things. One is we're required to report on how resources have been used for gifted and talented education, resources that we receive from the state. Number 2, the board, last time we presented on gifted and talented education, asked us to come back with some ideas for what we could do next. And number 3, the board has asked generally for information about what our departments are working on so that when bids come forward or other things are happening, you have some context for that. So this is the first in what will be an ongoing series of presentations about what we're up to, essentially. And I do want to give a little bit of a preview. We have, when we talk toward the end about some of the ideas on how we can expand gifted and talented education, there are a lot of really good things happening that we can build on. You're going to hear about how we are identifying students currently and how we are missing some of those students. Sorry. You're going to find some surprising numbers, I think, of both the number of students we're missing, despite having good programs and great people in place, but also the level of giftedness that we are not serving. And there are, some damaging myths around gifted education. I'll give an example. We celebrate athletic achievement, but sometimes we are shy about celebrating when someone is much better than most people at academic things. Or we think that having somebody gifted in a class will help elevate the rest of the class automatically, or that having a gifted child teach someone will help them learn more. Or that having good grades or having a high IQ are the ways that we define giftedness. There are just lots of myths that gifted kids will be fine if we don't provide additional services, or they'll find their way. And I'm sorry to be emotional about it, but it was particularly impactful to see these numbers. But it's also been very impactful to see the great things that we have going on. I've met personally with our school-based specialists, with our district specialists, spent time with them at the conference, and I'm very impressed with, as I've mentioned previously, the mindset and the mechanics that are in place. to help serve gifted students. So we have great things we can build on, and you're going to get some really good information today. We have prepared this, like I did the work, but we have a presentation today that will take a few minutes, but we are open to as long as you want to talk about this or whatever you want to reschedule. I think it's good timing since we were just at the conference and since we're on the cusp of budget decisions in the spring. So I'm really excited at the opportunities, and I'm really grateful for the work that Teaching and Learning is doing, and Rebecca Smith specifically, and all of her folks. So anyway, with no further ado, take it away.
Thank you so much, Dr. Godfrey. As Dr. Godfrey said, we met with you last May, and in this slideshow, I have the slides from that presentation linked. In that slideshow, we talked about the things that Gifted and Talented Programming does in Jordan School District, and then also how we use the grant that we get from USBE. And I've also included a link to an updated grant for the 25-26 school year. It's almost identical to the 24-25 school year, but I did make a new sheet there and made a few adjustments there. And as Dr. Godfrey said, the only question of that meeting back in May was, how do we expand gifted and talented services in Jordan School District? And of course, we'd like to make note that everything that we do is aligned with Portrait of a Graduate. We were very excited when Portrait of the Graduate came out and the strategic plan, because it aligns with so many of the goals and objectives in gifted and talented education. Most especially on opportunities for every learner, there's the impact metric of increased opportunities for advanced learner, and then the strategic objective about having more opportunities in every school for advanced learners. I've always thought of gifted and talented education, the objectives and goals, kind of like looking through a pair of glasses. And if you have both eyes calibrated just right, then your vision is clear, and you can do a lot with that good vision. And part of that is to promote advanced learning for all students, and to have all students grow and to think critically and creatively, and also to foster opportunities for all students for talent development and to explore different avenues with those talents and have opportunities to not only explore but to excel in those talents. And then there's also a portion of our population that are outliers, who need a little bit of extra, something else, to continue to stay learning and engaged in the process. We want students who are in our seats to have a year of growth, whatever that might mean for them. And of course, with that objective comes identifying those students for those options. So as you know, several years ago, we began doing universal testing with the cognitive abilities test in 6th grade. These are the results from this year. And so you see that black circle up at the top. That just indicates that this was the results from this year. We tested a little over 4,000 students. And because our sample set is so large, we follow that bell curve. But because of our demographics, we skew a little bit to the right there. And with that said, just in the 5, the top of the 5th stay 9, around the 50th percentile, that's where we would expect a child to be at this age and at this grade. So for the purposes of this conversation, we will focus on these last 2 stay 9s in the 8th and the 9th stay 9. This is the 89th through the 99th percentile. So in those stay 9s, in the 9th stay 9, we had 231 students test in that stay 9. Of that 231 students, 45 students are currently in the ALPS program, and 186 students are everywhere else in our district. In the 89th to the 95th percentile, 26 students are in the ALPS program, and 296 students are everywhere else in our school district. Now, we do use this information to invite students to the middle school ALPS program, and so the numbers for middle school that were being served in ALPS would be higher than that in elementary school, but this shows the elementary numbers, and so that's the main target of our conversation tonight is elementary, though we will also speak of secondary. This is the 7th year that we've done this, and we can say with confidence, especially with data over time, that this would be duplicated in every single grade. Again, these students were in kindergarten the first year we did this, and now they're in 6th grade, and our data has stayed static over time as well, and we have all that data on record. I looked carefully at the students in the 8th and the 9th stay nights, and I sorted them by school, and every single elementary school in Jordan District is represented in the 8th and the 9th stay nights, except for Ridgeview, because Ridgeview only has kindergarten through 3rd grade, but every other school is represented in that data. These students are the students who are in the 99th percentile, and this is a nationally normed assessment, and so this would be in the top 1% of all students that age across the nation. We had 91 in the 99th percentile. We have more in the 9th stay 9 because it goes the 96th through the 99th stay 99th percentile. But this gives you an idea of what that looks like across the schools. The schools that are pink, blue, and green are the ALP schools. And so we would imagine that we would have a higher number of students in that 99th percentile there. But that's only 2/3 of the students that are represented in this table. All of the other students are across our district in all the other schools. I worry, I'm an educator first and foremost. This is where I might tear up a bit. And I worry about all students. And as I said, that's the first part of that vision of the eyeglass is we want to promote the very best education for every student. There are some students that I do have particular concerns for. The twice exceptional students. And for those of you who may not be aware of that term, twice exceptional means that there is a dual exceptionality. A student can be very, very bright, but also have a learning disability like dyslexia or dysgraphia. A student can be very bright, but also have autism, be on the autism spectrum, or have ADHD, or have other types of challenges. And with a twice exceptional child, the abilities can mask a disability, and a disability can mask an ability. And really both need to be recognized and serviced and addressed in order for that child to have optimal growth. And sometimes those students can be lost in the mix of abilities and disabilities. Another population that I worry a lot about are underrepresented populations. We have those that would be students from poverty or students from backgrounds that aren't in the mainstream. That would be our ML students. And a lot of times I've been in this position for a long time. I've been working in the GT world for a long time, and I've had a lot of fair share of eye rolls and snarky comments about why GT doesn't have a place in education. And I often think, I wish they knew how much we worry about equal representation. At the national conference, so many, I'd say close to a third or half of the presentations have a focus on underrepresented populations and what we can do to close the gaps and equal the field. And so it's something that we care about very much in this field. And in Jordan School District, one of the things that we do to help with this is we translate all of our advertisement into Spanish. We also work with Michelle Loveday's group, and we have translators, live translators at many of our parent meetings. And once we get that COGAT data that I just shared with you, we also look at it through a different metric that is meant to identify multilanguage learners. And then we make personal outreach to those families. And we do that with a letter, with a phone call, again with parent meetings with translators. We really make an effort to do what we can to help serve that population. It's always our aim and our objective to close the gaps and to serve populations that may be underrepresented in whatever way. Another population that I worry about are those students at the very tippy top, those students with extreme high abilities. Our systems are set up that we can help students who are 2 and 3 grade levels below with their reading or with their math. We have a special education system that is very adept at identifying and addressing the needs of those students. But those students who are reading 2 or 3 grade levels above or doing math 2 or 3 grade levels above and are ready for more there, they have to run into obstacles just because our school system isn't quite set up to accommodate all those needs and to address all those needs. And sometimes parents can run into some obstacles when they're looking for ways to address those needs. And then, of course, sometimes we have these 3 categories all in one. We have an underrepresented student who's also twice exceptional and also a very high extreme ability or any combination of the 3. And so those are students who just keep me up keep me up at night sometimes, and students that I think about, and I'm always thinking about how we can help and how we can close those gaps. So with that said, it begs all of those slides beg the question of how do we serve the greatest number of students at the greatest number of locations? Because we know that parents primarily would like services at their own location so that they don't have to worry about transportation, so that it works with the busyness of life that we have. And so how can we serve the greatest number of students at the greatest number of locations? This is as I've thought about this for many years, this is one of the things that I've thought about, the importance of a continuum of services and how important each part of this is. And so the first part would be high quality instruction for all students. As I said, that's the number one goal for all of education. We want all students to have all of these opportunities. And then to have all staff members on board. That's just what we do in Jordan School District. We serve the needs of the complete spectrum of educational needs. So we serve that complete spectrum, and everyone has the same mindset that we are aware of, and that we want to serve students of all abilities. And we do that primarily through that fourth PLC question: what do we do when they already know it? And the RTI time that also can be used for students who are ready for more. The multi-tiered support system that we hear a lot about, that one also is developed for all students, and the universal design for learning. And then, of course, professional development is needed in all of the above and for all the parties who are serving those students. And then there's support personnel like myself and like the teacher specialists and others who work, maybe even just teacher advocates, but support personnel whose primary focus is to help with meeting the needs of that section of our population. And then, of course, enrichment via that talent exposure and development. We've talked about that. And the ability to do that is largely dependent on the support personnel that we have. And then a universal identification, that could be formally, like through the cognitive abilities test that we shared tonight, or informally at the school. But we sure hope and aim to have every child's needs carefully looked at and then also carefully met. And then, of course, we would need specialized options for those outlying students. That might be the ALPS program, might be another type of specialty school, might be an advancement in a grade acceleration for certain students for whom that would be the best option, or a subject acceleration as well. So the first four that I have in the circle right now, those are systemic pieces in our school district that are already in place that could be bolstered and fostered, but they're already there and wouldn't require any other additional resources, but just a focus. And as Dr. Godfrey said, a mind shift as well. There's that mind shift and then also the mechanics. The second circle that I have here now, this is where we do need the extra resources in order to provide, or the extra resource to provide more resources for the students. So this is our current setup. At the district level in teaching and learning, we have a consultant, myself. We have an elementary teacher specialist that's currently vacant, and we have a secondary teacher specialist. And then we do the universal testing in 6th grade going into 7th grade. We have the 2 site-based specialists that the board approved several years ago. One of them is working full-time at Jordan Ridge. The other is working half-time at both Bastion and Westville. And then we have 3 ALPS programs in the elementary level and 3 ALPS programs in the middle school level. I call this a version of ideal because there's no one perfect ideal, and an ideal situation might vary as needs change, but this would be a version of ideal. We would not ask for any more staff or personnel resources at the district level at this time. But with universal testing, perhaps to add that in a lower grade. Most school districts that do universal testing, they do it in 2nd or 3rd grade. We have been so happy and feel so privileged that we've been able to do that in 6th grade going to 7th grade. But ideally, we would want to go earlier and younger, as we talked about at the last board meeting that I was here. And then also a provision for new students as they come into the district, and also provision for appeals. Site-based specialists, in our wonderful ideal world, we would have a full-time site-based specialist at all of our elementary schools and even at all of our secondary schools. One of my favorite speakers at the National Association for Gifted Children Conference was a closing keynote. And after the conference, I reached out to her. I thought she was a professional speaker who was doing something in some big school district, and it turns out that she was a secondary GT specialist in a small school district in New Jersey. And so she loved her job, and I loved her message at the conference. And so there's a space for that as well. And then we would need, of course, to continue with a specialty school, ALPS, or some other type of specialty school. If we had a lot of local services by way of site-based specialist, the need for a specialty school would probably diminish because most students and more students would have their needs met at their local school. However, there would always be a need for that full-time type of magnet program, such as ALPS. The services that are offered in a full-time program cannot be duplicated in a part-time or in a pull-out or in a general education setting. And so there will always be a need for those outliers that are, especially those ones that are a little more on the extreme outlier section, to have some type of service option. So that being said, might not be able to jump to our ideal immediately, but this would be a menu of options. So we could stick with 6th grade universal testing and possibly add 2nd grade. Site-based specialists, we could stick where we're at, or maybe a full-time would be ideal, half-time, quarter-time, or at least a GT advocate in every building who would have some extra training. ALPS might look as it is now or develop into something in every feeder. And a specialty school might be one in the north, one in the south, or one for the entire district. So this slide will show in the pink, again, what we have in place right now. And then this slide in yellow would show what we would have ideally if we could make an ideal program from the foundation up. And so whatever direction that the board would like to go, or as we discuss and we look at the needs and adjust for all the many variables that go into that, these are some options. And again, this last slide is just a menu of options that I just shared, just another clean version of that. This last slide that I have for you this evening, just there's so much in education, as you well know, because you are here night after night on Tuesdays, and you're hearing all that goes into all of education. It's enormous. It's giant. There's so much. And gifted and talented education is a very quiet facet of education. And it's very easy for it to get lost in the shadows because there are so many and those other needs are valid and those other needs are pressing. Yet there's still a need to serve this population. And the last slide is just a big thank you. We are the envy of many other school districts because we have so much support from the superintendent, so much support from our department. And so thank you so much for funding and supporting what we do. We're so grateful for that support. And we look forward to continue to work alongside you to meet the needs of this population as well.
Let the record show that our president, Nikki George, has arrived, and she'll conduct the rest of this meeting.
Great.
Unless you want me to finish while you get ready.
I'm happy to go ahead.
Go ahead.
Are there questions?
I have a couple. First of all, thank you, and thanks for making this a priority. These kids, I don't want any kid underserved in our district, and I fully support testing at an earlier age, providing as many programs as we possibly can. When I researched this several years ago, it seems like a lot of districts have what I termed ALPS in every school. So apparently what they do is they take those ALP students and put them in one class, and then they backfill them with other children that may not quite be on the spectrum of the ALPS qualifications, and they pull out those kids for gifted programs like we would do remediation. And I'm interested why that's not a priority in our district. I would love to have ALPS in every feeder. I've said that for a long, long time. But I'd really like to have ALPS in every school, because I'm not sure, even in a feeder, some people are interested in taking advantage of a program when it means taking their kids out of their neighborhood school.
Yeah, that's largely called the cluster model,
Yeah.
where you take all of the highest students in a grade level and you put them with one teacher. And there's pros and cons to every type of model. And with the cluster model, if RTI and the MTSS piece is largely in place, where you have fluid and flexible grouping among the grade level, that can happen with within the grade, with that answering the fourth PLC question. And so there is that model. Again, there's pros and cons to all models. But that model can also, similar to that model, could work when a whole grade is dedicated to looking at the needs of students and offering really valuable, meaningful RTI and MTSS time.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Godfrey or Carolyn, would you like to add anything to that? Okay.
So, do we have wait lists for students wanting to get into the ALPS program, or?
We generally do. We're able to usually exhaust most of the wait list throughout the summer. We have had declining numbers recently in one of our grades, and so that grade does not have a waiting list.
And
Did not have a waiting list last year, I should say.
And you saw on the slide that we have a lot of students who would qualify, but a lot fewer who actually apply.
Yeah, I was looking at that and am kind of assuming that some of that might be our underrepresented population, right? Their parents maybe can't get them to that school, and so they don't apply because they're like, well, I can't drive them because I work, or other things like that. What kind of barriers do you think are there that people aren't applying as much?
That is definitely one barrier. I believe the most significant, though, is that parents would like local services. Several years ago, when the board asked us to do a focus study group and look at GT programming in Jordan School District, that's one of the number one things that came up to the top, was that parents wanted local services. They wanted a way for their child's needs to be met and to be seen and to be addressed at the local level at their local school, which I think is very valid. Life is busy. Even just the traffic in the southwest part of the valley used to zip around pretty quickly. It takes a minute to go from point A to point B these days, and families' lives are busy as well. And we have never, when parents call us and they ask us about ALPS and if ALPS would be the best match for their children, we always say we just want your child to be happy and to do well wherever they're at. We don't think ALPS is the end all for all things. We want students' needs and their abilities recognized and nurtured wherever that might be. And so there is a place for ALPS, and I've been working with this population and this field for a very long time. And ALPS really makes a difference in some schools, in some children's, and some families' lives, but the need is greater than ALPS. There's a need in every one of our schools, as that data shows.
Can I ask, what are the site-based specialists currently doing, that full-time one at Jordan Ridge and the half-time at Bastion and Westvale? What do they do at those schools?
That's a wonderful question. They are doing pullouts for students. One at the site-based specialist who is full-time is able to do a pull-out program for kindergarten through sixth grade for both English language arts and for math, and some specialty programs as well. Of course, the one who is part-time at two schools isn't able to do quite as much, but she still does pull-outs for the students. They also do professional development for the teachers in the school, so they're a ready resource right there at the school. and they attend PLCs when they can to help promote and foster that fourth PLC question. They also do that when we have ALPS testing. They help us with the ALPS testing at the school, and so part of their focus is to work with teachers, and then part of their focus is to work with students. And I would say the majority of their focus is to work with students.
And those special programs, will you describe what some of those are?
Those would be like the Math Olympiad, and the Math Tournament, which is a wonderful thing to see that we hold at Daybreak every year. Debate sometimes they work with that, and Monster Math, a story competition. Those are the types of extra things that they do that the teachers don't always have time to do.
Why did we put specialists at these schools? Like, why did we pick Jordan Ridge, Bastion, and Westvale?
That is another great question. At the time that the board put those two specialists in place to do a pilot to look at the two different models, one full-time and then one full-time but part-time in each school, we were moving the program we were moving ALPS from Jordan Ridge to Jordan Hills. And so that was what was recommended because the ALPS program had been at Jordan Ridge for a long time to help with that transition. And then we were doing some pull-out programs with a part-time specialist at both Bastion and Westvale. So we already had kind of a foot in the door and some foundation laid there. And so that's why those two schools were chosen. And we chose those two schools also because they were different demographically. And we wanted at least one of the schools that we were in to be in that west side of West Jordan. Uh-huh.
So when in these pullouts, are they with students all in the same grade, or is it with students that are at a similar level but different grades?
Both. It depends on the project that they're working with. Primarily, the teacher who is at Jordan Ridge does do just within that grade, and she works with the teachers and she aligns what she's doing with the standards and what the teachers are working on. But some of the things like Math Olympiad or the Math Tournament, there is a mixture of grades, and so a little bit of both. Mostly with the same grade, but sometimes with a little bit of both. Great question. Thank you.
And with the Math Olympiad, does it ever go farther than the district, or?
No, there's actually two pieces to the Math Olympiad. So there's a classroom tournament or a math club tournament that goes from October to March, and that is a national competition. They send in their problems that they do, and then at the end of the year they get awards and ribbons. And then the math tournament that we sponsor at Daybreak is a culminating event. And it's facilitated, at least the problems and the structure comes from the Math Olympiad organization, but it's not the actual Math Olympiad, it's the math tournament. So that is our culminating piece, but we don't go any farther than that. Thank you.
There's a couple decisions the board made that I think had some impact, and I'd like to know what kind of impact. Number one is we moved, as you just mentioned, ALPS out of Ridgeview and put Jordan Ridge and put a specialist in there. Number two, we defunded the bus. How has that impacted the program?
Our program at Jordan Hills, where the program moved from Jordan Ridge to Jordan Hills, we didn't skip a beat. We're still, this year, our first grade was a little bit lower, but otherwise, the classes are always completely full with waiting lists.
So most kids followed that program, except for the ones maybe that lived there.
Yeah, there's a few that didn't. We probably had 75% or so that followed, and then we've been able to fill in with other applicants over the years. And then with the transportation, did make a bit of an impact at first on the middle school, but we still have the same numbers overall. It didn't make as much impact as we thought it would. So as the program has built from those first couple of years, I wonder if ridership would be greater now than it was at the time. I couldn't predict that, but we do still have students from all areas going there and finding a way to get there. But most of the students in the middle schools are from the that participate in the middle school programs are still kind of centrally, their homes are centrally located around that actual middle school.
Thank you.
And so what are we doing in the district for the exceptionally high level students? The green ones on the slide.
We have the ALPS program, but other than that, it's up to the individual schools what's happening in those schools.
Okay, thank you.
And can I speak to, would you mind going back to the slide with the 99th percentile? I just want to emphasize that. Those are students, what was the total number again? Total number of students?
In this
the-
one, 91 students.
So 91 students who are in the top 1% on this test nationally. Is that what you're asking about? This group in particular? Beyond ALPS, there isn't anything specialized beyond that. And this is a particular group when we talk about potential options going forward. There's the support, spreading that support to schools to address some of the questions that you asked about. Why aren't they accessing the program and that sort of thing. But we have those top 1% nationally, and that's one of the solutions that was, or one of the options that was on the grid, is developing a program that meets those needs of the real outliers. And that's not, we don't have a program like that, and we're not aware of one. The closest one that we're aware of, I think, is in Reno. That is a program designed specifically for those very high flyers. So if that was something that the board chose to address, I think we would go look at other programs and really have to research that. So we don't know exactly what that would look like. It's an exciting proposition to explore how to meet the needs of the profoundly gifted.
I have a couple of questions, and I apologize if there's redundancy and you said stuff that I missed. So it was, I'll confess, my mom flaws, but it was not until my oldest child was in secondary school that I even learned how to go access my kids' test scores. It's not like we send a letter home on the norm. So let's say that a child does perform well on this test. What happens next? How are parents notified? And what kind of data do we keep on the reasons why they may or may not choose to participate in ALPS when they're qualified?
We send a copy of the results and a letter to all of the parents who are in the 8th and 9th stay night, or parents of the students who are in the 8th and 9th stay nights, with an invitation to participate in the ALPS program. And then we also do an additional outreach to some ML students as well. So that's how we notify parents and how we provide that information for them. And then we have a form where they can fill out if they would like to participate, and then we build the classes from there. We do not track the data. We do track who participates and who does not, but we do not track the reasons why. That's not something that we have asked.
So can I ask, as a board, it's a lot easier for us to know where we need to add resources when we can say, oh, it's because of busing, or, oh, it's because it's too far, or they just wanted to stay in their local school. If there was some way to just do some sort of survey asking why someone declines services, I'm curious how much of a lift that would be for your department.
It's a question that we could ask with the form that we already have. We can add a question to it. Since those forms are already sent out this year, we could possibly send another form out to ask them to reply to it. And we'd make it as simple as possible for them to do so.
Board, would that be valuable to you at all?
I'd be particularly interested in talking about the option of asking transportation, asking If there was one in their feeder system, would that be close enough? You know, maybe a few options to gauge what would be enough to get them.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful for me to understand where the needs are, because it might be the case that a parent just says, I want my kid with their neighbors. You know, that's fair. It's not like they have to participate. And then my next question is, can you describe what these services look like for a secondary student? Do they just participate in advanced classes, like maybe older peers, or do they have some sort of additional programming?
In the ALPS program in middle school?
Sure, middle, and it probably, does it exist in high school? Does it keep carrying on, or do we just say, oh, you can take a concurrent class or something like that?
It does not continue in high school, but I'll address the first question first. With ALPS in middle school, there are 3 classes that are specific to ALPS. So it's the English Language Arts class, the science class, and the social studies class. And those teachers, we do training with them. They've either received their gift and talent endorsement or are working towards it, and then we also do ongoing training for them. And all the other classes are integrated into the school at large. Math is separate from ALPS placement, and the math department determines the math placement. And so there are not extras there. Sometimes they will do some debate or some things of that sort. We also sponsor the math tournament and math Olympiad in the middle schools, but again, that's not just specific to ALPS. And then we do not have a high school program because we have so many other options with AP and concurrent enrollment and the JTC programs, IB. There's so many other options at the high school level. That we don't have anything specific. But what we have done the past 2 years, and it stemmed from an ALPS student who asked about what options are there in high school, because the student had never taken an advanced class before and found that they really enjoyed their ALPS classes in the middle school and said, I don't even know what to do for high school. And so we worked with Chris Richards-Kong and with Stacy Worthen, and we put together a list of, it's a very small, simple list of, we just said ALPS ends in 9th grade, but advanced opportunities expand in high school. Here's some information for you to make some decisions, to help you with your decisions. And we just barely sent that out actually to the counselors in the middle schools to send home for the ALPS families. And one of our 9th grade ELA teachers asked if she could have a copy of it just to give to all of her 9th grade students so that they would know what was available for them in high school. Because kids, going back to my slide of the students of concern, sometimes students, depending on their background, they have no idea what an AP class is or concurrent enrollment class is. I remember at the beginning of the year during our PD day when Dr. Godfrey's video where he interviewed students and he asked them why they loved their teachers. And the one that stood out to me, one of the students at the middle school said, I love my teacher because she told me I should be in honors. And she was so honored that somebody saw that ability in her. And that's what she chose to share during that video. And so, again, we want students to be recognized and those abilities seen and nurtured wherever they may be. And so that was a really wide circle to your question. But we don't have, the program doesn't continue in high school, but we've tried, especially the past 2 years, to give those ALPS students some resources in their hands as they're making that transition to high school.
So I apologize. Again, this is probably something you covered. I tried to read the slides ahead of the meeting, but sometimes slides are easier to understand with the presentation. So if you're in middle school, you're not going to a specific school to receive these advanced classes in the 3?
Yes.
Or are you?
Well, we just have the 3 schools, and so we have them blocked out by geographical area because we send about 600 invitations, and so we have to split them up into the 3 schools. And so the program at Hidden Valley serves the students in Hidden Valley, of course, South Hills, Fort Harriman, and Oker Hills. And then in Elk Ridge, that's one of the other ALPS schools. For the middle school, they serve Elk Ridge, Mountain Creek, Copper Mountain, and South Jordan. And then we have Joel B. Jensen, which is Joel B. Jensen, West Jordan, West Hills, and Sunset Ridge, thank you.
And I would say that surveys always have value. We have bused kids, we have provided transportation, and that still has not translated into students choosing to be part of a program. So we can survey, but we've actually tried transportation, and it hasn't closed that gap. But when we bring the program to the students, instead of trying to get the students to the program, it works almost every time. Because then you're not sacrificing anything except maybe some time with peers during the day. But the sacrifice is so minimal and the benefit's so great. So we can survey, there's value in that, but we've also put it to the test and shown that even if we transport kids, that's not enough. It really needs to be at their school to remove all of the barriers. That's not to say it wouldn't be valuable to give options, but I would just point that out. That's why we discontinued some of the busing, because it just wasn't even being accessed.
So this probably is putting someone on the spot. So if you need more time before answering, but I'm curious at just the elementary level, what would the cost be if we were to provide, and I think it could probably be a shared specialist, but at all of our elementary schools?
It's $100,000 average for a teacher's salary, and we have 40 elementary schools that are brick and mortar.
What would be a fair caseload for a specialist? Could they cover 2 schools? Could they cover 3 schools? I don't know how long these pull-out sessions take.
I met with 2 specialists and asked that question. I'll have Rebecca give a more detailed and better response to that. But I was really impressed with what can be accomplished with halftime. And so I think if you split one specialist for 4 schools, that's essentially a day a week in each school, and that's better than where we are. Some positions we haven't wanted to split when we first put them in place. For example, an elementary counselor. We chose to only put counselors in place at the elementary once we could put a full. We put a full counselor there because of the follow-up with individual students. But I think you can effectively split schools. So if you're talking about 40 schools, $100,000 per person, splitting that up, that's about $2 million to have a halftime.
What about expanding middle school? Would that expand middle also?
It would be $2 million to have a halftime specialist at every elementary school. And if we were to do that, we would hire the same way that we hired elementary counselors. We would, as we were able to hire or find and help train qualified candidates, then we wouldn't just instantly hire whoever we could find. We would hire the best qualified candidates. And I think, much like with elementary counselors, we would attract people with that ability, with that training to our district to say, hey, I can provide support to a whole faculty and a whole group of students. That's enticing. So $2 million for that. And then for the middle schools, I don't know what we're spending at each middle school right now.
We don't have any specialist at the middle school. What we do have at the middle schools, so we don't have any as a specialist, but there are 12 middle schools. So if you did about $600,000, if you split those in 2 as well.
Per school?
Total to have a specialist halftime at each of the middle schools and help train up teachers to provide those opportunities.
So can I ask a question? I'm going to ask Rebecca first and then Anthony second. Would you go to the yellow boxes? There are 6 yellow boxes. If we could do all 6, that would be ideal. If we can't do 6, we do 5. If we can't do 5, can we do 4? If we can only do 1, here's what I'd love to do. Could you rank those 6 from 1 to 6, knowing the cost and knowing the benefit to the district from your expertise? That's the number 1. That's the number 2. And I know that's a weighted opinion, But from your opinion, what's the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6? And then Anthony, if you could do the same thing, I'd appreciate that. So that I can go back and say, look, the director of the program says that's the number 1. If I can do all 6, I'll do all 6. But if I can't do all 6, I'm going to look at 1 first, and then 2, and then 3, and see how many I can do. Have I given you enough time to think about it? I can describe the request a little bit longer.
For a minute. Just pause.
So off the top of my head,
Yep.
I do have to say my first one is with a caveat though, because I would say my first one would be the full-time specialist in all schools, with a caveat that there was still an ALPS program, that ALPS didn't go away, that full-time program didn't go away, because I've seen firsthand for many years the difference that can make in a child's life and in a family's life.
Okay.
But to go to our key question of how do we offer the greatest amount of service to the greatest amount of students in the greatest amount of location, I believe that full-time in all schools would make that difference.
Okay.
The second one would be universal testing at a younger grade. We would need something in place if we did that universal testing in a younger grade, because we would have many families who would opt into that. And that could look like the ALPS program, or it could look like we've identified your child. These are the services that we're offering at your school right in your boundary area. So that would be my number 2. And then
Is there a
the
price tag on that one?
yes, for universal testing, it depends on the number of students in a grade, but it's right around $60,000. So 60 could, some years if there's a larger number, go up to 65,000, but it's right around 60,000. When we first started, it was about 50,000, but prices have changed over the last several years.
That would be
And-
an additional. You wouldn't do away with 6th grader, you would.
At first, I would not recommend doing away with it, because if we did away with it, then we wouldn't have our middle school programs, and they have served students. And so maybe in time, that would be something that could be phased out if those students that we identified them early and they continued on. But again, we'd still have to have some provision for students who moved in new to the district or some things of that sort. So for a time, I would like to see them both. And
And what's the sweet spot? When do you test?
if you're doing universal testing, the sweet spot is either 2nd grade going into 3rd grade or 3rd grade going into 4th grade. Those are the 2 sweet spots for a type of universal testing. Right now for the ALPS program, we test for every grade every year, but we do have some key entry grades, which are kindergarten going into 1st grade, and then 3rd grade going into 4th grade, and then of course 6th grade going into 6th grade going into 7th grade. So those are my first 2. And then the others would really depend on what would happen with those first 2. I would always,
Let's assume
As-
1 and 2 are in place in order to get to 3. 3
Okay.
won't stand alone. So to
Okay.
get to 3, we've done 1 and 2.
we've done 1 and 2. I would say a specialty school in the north and a specialty school in the south, because those would have, because more of those needs would be met at the local level. And so that would then, we would be looking at those kind of the outliers of the outliers. And that could look like a 112. It could look like a 3-8. It could look a few different ways. It could look similar to what ALPS looks like right now. And I believe that if we put something in the local schools, plus we did more identification, then that would change the nature and the need of the full-time program. But going back to my original comment, I would say all of that with a caveat that we never lose that full-time program along the way, because again, I've been in this job for a long time. I've seen it firsthand how much that means to and how much of a difference that can make in some students' lives.
Great. Anthony?
I would say number 1 is full-time in all schools, because that just brings the services to the student. And I would even include half-time in all schools as
Somewhere
the second
between
choice.
the half and the, okay,
Yeah.
so your
Whatever.
your second would be a halftime.
My second would be half-time in all schools. My third would be the testing. And I say that because even, I mean, we can, I feel like that's in reach. My fourth is, or my third rather.
No, your
Yeah.
third is the testing.
There you go. My fourth is the specialty, but it would be one specialty school for the entire district. To me, that's essentially, and this is it wouldn't be, well, this is kind of like the Kari Sue Hamilton School, where you meet those who have a very small percentage who have very unique needs, and we're meeting those needs. So it's with transportation. So I would be fine with a centrally located with transportation. Like, this is the top 1%, and we're going to meet the needs of those 100 students in ways that nobody else in the Intermountain West does. And I'd just like to explore how to do that. So I don't know a price tag or anything there. So full-time, half-time, testing, specialty school centrally located, elementary Alps in every feeder, middle school Alps in every feeder.
Okay.
Be my priority.
Thank you.
I didn't know that the white was on the table, so
I changed the rules, Rebecca. That's what I do.
so I would also say full-time, half-time, and then the increased universal testing.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
And I have a question about families who have more than one student, but not all students qualify for ALPS. And I'm curious what the process is with these families, and then for the board, with the talk about providing transportation. Would you want to provide transportation for siblings that do not qualify for ALPS? But anyway, does my question make sense?
Yes. So currently, the schools are very familiar with students who are in ALPS who have siblings who are not in ALPS, and most of the time they can accommodate them through school choice permits. When the board changed the way permits were done several years ago, you have an inclusion or provision for kindergarten students being able to just go to the ALPS school. And then if they don't continue in ALPS, then they would apply for a school choice permit. Most of the time, our elementary schools can accommodate that. I don't get as many requests for the middle schools for that, so I couldn't fully answer that because that isn't something that has crossed my desk very often. But on the elementary side, most of the time, those siblings can be accommodated. Looking to the future, it's hard to say if it was a general type of ALPS school, then there would be a place for those students to attend school. If it was a specialty school that was kind of a standalone type of school, and there wasn't other general education classrooms there, then that might make a difference on what could be accommodated there. That would be something definitely to be explored in the mix of all of it. Thank you. That was a great question.
We're going to expand our services. I would not be in favor of transportation. It didn't work with the services we have now. We're having 5 and 10 people riding a bus, and if we're going to expand services, it doesn't make much sense to expand transportation.
If we were to expand services at the local level, there would be no need for that. And if we were to expand services in some type of specialty school, then there would be more of a valid need for transportation. But especially if we were to expand services at the local school level, that would be one of the beauties of expanding at that level.
And to clarify, a specialty school doesn't mean that it has to be a separate building. That's why I hesitated to say like a Kari Sue Hamilton School. But the type of program that draws kids, it's like, hey, I'm the top 1%. Where can I get services? I know Jordan District has a unique program that can meet those needs. We're actually drawing students here that have that need. And so that's the only area where I would emphasize transportation is if you're one of 100 students who need this highly specialized program that we provide transportation to be sure that isn't an obstacle to that very.
But if we have 40 schools, that's
Tip-top.
40 buses transferring 100 kids.
But if you're picking up 100 kids
It's 2 buses.
at their home, then it's 2 or 3 buses because you're not picking them up at their school. It's you might.
Let's talk about transportation after we decide to expand services.
Yeah, I wouldn't want transportation to be the obstacle to talking about something like this. So I'm not. That's not an absolute requirement, but I just wanted to put it in the context. It's not broader transportation. It's only associated with that specific specialty school.
I would see it more as a charter school. We call them magnet schools, and most charter schools don't give transportation. We just require parents to do it. But that's a conversation way down the line. I just know transportation was not working before.
So when students had a bus to ALP schools previously, were their siblings also allowed to ride on the bus?
Maybe there was 5 kids on the bus.
We've done that with,
Because
that's
I
something
wasn't on the board, I don't think, or maybe I was for a little bit of Alps busing, but I don't know what that looked like. If all family members rode the bus with their Alps sibling.
I think that's something we could arrange based on numbers. Whether I don't remember whether we've done that or not, but that's going forward. That's something we could talk about.
And the moment to take action is when you bring your budget proposal. When we all sit down and say, here's my budget proposal. If you want to make a line item for gifted and talented, that's when you do it. That's the moment for you as a board to say, I'd like to allot this dollar amount for that item and bring it to our budget proposal and pitch it to the board.
I do have a couple of questions. I'll probably have.
Mr. Van Komen's next after you.
Oh.
I'm just going to put it in because he's been raising his hand for a minute.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
I'm after him.
It's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind. You answered lots of my questions already by just waiting. How do we measure success of a program? So if we're looking at expanding, I'd like to be able to know it's working and what that looks like. My second question is, what is the relationship between a gifted and talented program and our virtual schools? Or maybe getting a program or services virtually?
Especially for secondary.
Especially for what?
Secondary, I just think that's so much more achievable for a more mature group.
Do you repeat your first question?
Yeah, my first question was, how do we
success.
measure success?
That is a good question. One of the things that I look at is our attrition rate, and most of the students who begin ALPS with us continue with us for many years. And we do have some attrition, as there would always be, but we have very low overall attrition rate. So that's one of the things that I look at. One of the other things I look at is the growth rate for our ALPS students. We look at the RISE testing, we look at Acadience testing, and then there's also the growth percentiles. And so every year I look at the growth percentiles in our Acadience and in our RISE in our ALPS classrooms, and they always have some of the highest growth in the district as well. So they go to those teachers knowing a lot, being able to do a lot, and those teachers keep them learning and growing. And so that's one of the things that I look at as well. So those are the two things off the top of my mind that I look at.
Every time they report growth, you can see those schools at the top of the list.
Students, and I just have to chime in on that, because students who sometimes are proficient, they don't have a lot of room to go. But if you're looking at growth and an ALPS class, or some of those students are still able to achieve a year's worth of growth, that's significant.
Okay.
Very significant.
So you could report back to the board on that.
Yes, and for a long time, because you can see that growth is what indicates proficiency. It's a indicator of proficiency, but also it's really important when you're looking at an ALPS class to say, are these students still making growth, even though they were proficient a long time ago?
That's important to me, to measure that growth even for the top performers. Yeah.
For us as well. And the teachers are really wonderful. And again, they've had extra training and we provide ongoing training for them.
At the conference, someone spoke about the need to make sure that every student learns something every day. And if you're a gifted student, if you're the top 1% and you aren't receiving services for whatever reason, you may go through a whole day without learning something you already knew. That you didn't already know, rather. And
Yeah.
so That's why the growth is
The
so
opportunity and the
significant.
challenge.
Right, to be
Yes.
challenged every day, to learn something new every day.
Hungry for learning. And then in light of your second question about adding something, especially on the secondary level, I think Carolyn would be the best poised to answer that.
Well, and it's a valid point. I was actually thinking more about, gosh, I hadn't thought about a virtual program for an elementary for an advanced. But as Rebecca already mentioned, I was just thinking about a presentation that we talked about with AP data today with secondary principals, looking at those students and seeing where they came in terms of their RISE scores and what their AP data is showing. And it's another way that we can see how we're servicing students that are in this particular population. So there are data points, indicators that I still think we can see about how our students are progressing at the secondary level. I also see a pathway, a trajectory from elementary through ALPS into maybe more than taking advantage more of IB than we have. But I think there's a lot of options in our secondary currently. We can always talk about adding more virtual classes that exist, and we are. One of the things we're working on right now is adding more concurrent enrollment classes to a virtual schedule. That will open up additional opportunities that will allow these students to have, more opportunities to participate in that way. So I think that there actually is a lot of room there to grow and to offer some things that we can in our virtual academy that will also meet the needs of these students, maybe that are separate than brick and mortar.
Meet the needs without worrying about transportation. And I don't know if there's a way to do a hybrid for even those who might not be in the virtual school, but still get some gifted and talented opportunities if they're not in their school virtually.
Mr. Van Komen.
I defer to Mr. Burnett. Thank you. Midway through the presentation, something struck me, and I want to make sure I understood correctly. I think you said that there are occasions when you will be talking with someone and they'll ask what you do, and you'll say, I work in GT in Jordan School District. And they'll say something like, there's no place in public education or K-12 for GT. Is that what you said? Something like that happens?
Yes, because GT does have there can be a stigma that goes with gifted and talented programming. A lot of times people think it is elitist, or we shouldn't focus on the needs of the high because they'll be fine anyway. And so, yes, over the years I've had comments and the like over again, our board and our school district is very supportive, but there are those in education and outside of education who do not have a positive light or positive take on gifted and talented education.
Yeah. Okay. I wanted to get maybe a better understanding of the whole issue. And part of that, I think, is understanding, at least for me, understanding why there are some people who think it doesn't have a place in public education, or at least in K-12. And you've mentioned a couple, I guess, already. They think it's elitist or maybe exclusionary, or that these kids will be okay. What are there other arguments that these types of people make, or are those kind of the two main things?
Those are some of the main things. It goes back to Dr. Godfrey's initial comments about the myths of gifted and talented education. And so that is a large part of it too. And I think the elitism is one of the most common, though. They think that we are preferential treatment or sectioning out and honoring students who will be okay anyway, or giving priority to students who will be okay anyway. And I say that in quotation marks there. Because, and going to an athlete's analogy, a very talented athlete does better with a coach. And all talents and all abilities, when they have someone to foster and nurture them, they can grow and develop at a higher rate than if they're left alone. And then a lot of times they think that it's I will say this too, one of the I would say that the most of the time the comments have come from very bright individuals who have very bright children who have said, well, I was fine, my kids are fine, there's really no need to have these types of services. That goes back again to my my slide with the populations that I'm particularly concerned about. And we want, no matter where a child's background is, no matter what school they're in, again, we want their abilities to be recognized and nurtured. We don't want a student to go away from school board day in, day out. We want them, as Dr. Godfrey said, we want every child to be learning something new every day. And that's what gifted and talented education is really all about. But there are those myths out there that it is about something a little different.
So there might be an effort required to debunk some of these myths.
Yes, to change those mindsets. I can speak for me and my team that none of us come from a silver spoon background, and we care deeply about all students. And this is most of the people who actually work in the gifted and talented field are there because they know family members or students whose needs were not met, and because they saw that firsthand, they have sought ways to meet needs. And so almost everyone that I've ever encountered in the field of gifted and talented education has that type of a background.
One last thing from me. I was speaking with a constituent this past week, and one of the issues that she brought up actually kind of ties in with what we're talking about, so I wanted to bring it up. I was curious, especially as it relates to graduating seniors, how gifted and talented individuals, how or if they are recognized, receive awards, receive scholarships. And I was wondering specifically how heavily weighted GPA is in determining whether an individual should be recognized or receive a certain award or receive a particular scholarship, because the gifted and talented students are taking more difficult courses, right? So maybe someone who goes through their high school and has a 4.0 GPA, but they haven't taken some of those more difficult classes. How does someone like that compare to someone who has taken those types of classes and gets a 3.5 GPA? Maybe the 3.5 GPA is just as deserving at those awards and recognition. So I'm curious if that is taken into account in any of those things.
A lot of times that is calculated based on a straight GPA. So if you take an easier class and you get an A, it's weighted the same as taking a concurrent enrollment class and getting an A. There are districts that have a weighted GPA, so you can get over a 4.0 based on the level of difficulty of your courses. We have not done that, but it's something I've thought about because at a national level, it does give students an advantage when they're looking for scholarships or admission to an elite organization or an elite university. Some universities just look at a straight GPA. I called on behalf of a student where she had come from a system in California that had A pluses. And so you could have an A minus and an A plus and still have a 4.0 average. And so I called her school of choice, I think it was Stanford, and the admissions said, yeah, we don't take into account what your system is. A 4.0 gets in one stack and a non-4.0 gets in another stack. 4.0 plus, and they don't look carefully and say, oh, but they took a really hard course. So it might be something for us to explore. What does our grading look like, and how can we make sure that our grades reflect the level of difficulty as well as the level of achievement? Because unfortunately, a GPA is currency these days. More schools have moved away from a GPA to activities and overall development, more portrait of a graduate sort of outcomes, but unfortunately, a number is also often assigned to a student's accomplishments. So I think she makes a fair point. Is there anything that you would?
I couldn't speak to that as well. My primary background is in elementary and some in middle school as well, so Dr. Godfrey and Carolyn could speak best to that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but some colleges weight their own GPAs, right? Like
I think so.
they consider more weight to a more difficult class. I think I've heard of
And as far as school-wide awards, valedictorian, salutatorian, I've been in school community council meetings where the parents and the administration and teachers and counselors discussed how they wanted to do that. And so some schools decide how they're going to weight different things, each individual school. I mean, that doesn't say how different colleges will weight it, but as far as the school-wide awards, some schools figure that out on their own. And parents who are have an interest in that, I'm sure they could attend their school community council meetings, reach out to the administration, find out if there are other like-minded parents who want to adjust how those are determined and start that discussion, you know.
Did you have a
Yeah,
comment still?
it sort of goes to Mr. Barnett's question. What steps are being taken so that those that are involved in the ALP system, both educationally, parents and students, are informed that there are all these other students who have chosen not to be in ALPS, so that they don't sort of breed this exclusivity? Because I know from personal experience, when they get to high school or even in a middle school, students will be like, why are you in this class? Or I'm better than you. I think that's where some of the pushback against this sort of elitism comes from, is because unless things are affirmatively being done to say there are lots of other students, you have a wonderful opportunity here, but be aware, there are others who are just as exceptional or even more exceptional who choose not to be here. Are there things being done for that, both for educating, the people who are involved in that and the parents? Because it does breed sort of this fear-based, if my kid's not in here, then maybe something's wrong. Is that affirmatively being done?
We do share the general numbers with our ALPS teachers, and we talk to them also about, and we encourage them to find that balance between recognizing and helping a student to develop their talents, but also realizing that the whole world is filled with many talents. And I can't speak to specific students, but that is certainly not something that we intentionally foster, and something that we also try to dissuade. A couple of years ago, we had a whole professional development on sarcasm and the difference between sarcasm and wit, and helping students understand the differences between sarcasm and wit.
I'll bet that was great.
It came because some of our teachers were saying we need some help because we have some students who needed some help understanding the difference between the two, and that wit is good and kind and sarcasm can be biting. And so there's and as far as to parents, though, we do not have that information out to parents, but that I don't know what avenue we could share that with parents. When we do have parent meetings, I do have a slide that says there are many students who qualify for ALPS at very high levels but choose not to be in ALPS. And so I do try to make note of that at parent meetings. But other than that, I have not had any outreach with parents, but that I certainly concur with that. It is a fact. We have students all over our district who would qualify and qualify at high levels, but who choose not to. Sometimes parents will ask me, well, what about when they get to high school? Is there any benefit with like AP and concurrent enrollment? And I always tell them our classes are filled with students who've never set a foot in ALPS who are in AP and concurrent enrollment, and they are doing well, and they so ALPS isn't just a straight conduit to that because there's many other paths to get there. One of the other things I always say on our slides when I do parent meetings is there's many paths to a good education. ALPS is just one option. We offer it as an option. It's a great match for some families. For other families, it's not the right match. And we just hope that you choose what is the best match for your family. But I appreciate your question. I think it's a very important one.
And then in follow-up, you can follow metrics for those in ALPS. Are you following metrics for those that you test who aren't going in? Are you tracking them so you have some controls to see how they do? Because that, to me, seems that maybe that would be a good barometer if they're falling off, if you're tracking them. But if you're not tracking them and you're just tracking the group in ALPS, just a suggestion.
Yeah, we have not, but that is certainly something that could be looked at, and it could be done with the information systems that we have.
I have one more question. I was thinking about the universal testing, and then it clicked that universal means everyone takes it, because I remember like letters coming home and things being sent out at Parent Square saying you can test for ALPS if you think your student, would benefit or qualify. And so I'm curious how many avenues parents are getting those suggestions about ALPS, because I got the first one for my son when he was about to go into first grade, but we were in Murray School District at the time. So I'm curious if teachers are actively telling parents like, hey, I think your student should take the ALPS test. Are we tracking that at all, of who's being recommended to the program and who actually tests? Like, because we don't have it universal at a lower level, I'm wondering how many, have missed, or the parents just don't see it, or don't, go have their child test.
What we do for advertisement is we send home a hard copy flyer in English and Spanish to every family in the elementary schools. So we send home about 30,000 flyers for that. We also put posters in every school in English and Spanish. We also, right before the first parent conference, we send a note to teachers, to individual teachers in their boxes, that says, here's some characteristics of some students who might benefit by the ALPS program. And here's some pass-along cards that you can give to your parents at parent-teacher conferences. And we have the pass-along cards both in English and in Spanish as well. And so those are the ways that we advertise. And then also Parent Square, Peach Jar, those are the ways that we advertise. As far as what happens once we put the advertisement out, that's not something that we can that we can control there. So. So those are the ways that we do advertise.
Okay, and could potentially a teacher recommend a student take it, at almost every level, right? Like maybe they're going to the first grade teacher says, hey, I recommend you do this, but they don't. And then second grade, hey, I recommend you do this, and they don't. And then, okay.
We have an opt-in test for every grade every year.
Okay.
So we test kindergarten through 8th grade students every year. And it's opt-in except for the 6th grade going into 7th grade, which is universal. And I just wanted to make one more comment in light of Mr. Van Komen's question. One of the things that we are advocating for is not just an expansion of the ALPS program. As I said at first, ALPS makes a difference, but the need is greater than ALPS. And the number one thing that we are advocating for are more services in every school. And when there are more services in every school and opportunities in every school, I think it takes part of that elitist piece out as well, when there's more opportunities for everyone everywhere.
So I've been kind of compiling a list of data points that would help me next time we invite you to come back in. And I hope that you will come back, and I hope you'll help us figure out the best time, like after you've received the results of the testing and had a chance to do parent outreach. I don't know the right timing, but be thinking about that. So board members, I'd love for you to add to this list, but here are some that I'm interested in right now. The first was students who were qualified but rejected the services or rejected joining an ALPS program, and the reasons that they give. Like, what are the barriers that are keeping students from benefiting from the programming? I'm curious about our wait lists. So how many students are not being served, and why are they not? Is it because our programs are full? Is it because they didn't quite qualify, but they were close? So that kind of information. I'd love to hear some return, like continue telling us how are the students benefiting who are in the program. So how are their testing data? How is this benefiting them? And then it would also be helpful for me to know when we find out who is qualified, like maybe a hotspot map. Okay, it was pretty spread out, or we have one area that seems to have great need. Those data points will be helpful for me in knowing how to allocate funds. Anything else that board members would add, or any of those that you would say, that's really not useful?
I think for me, I'm curious how long it would take to implement the first, second, third, fourth, fifth choices. I mean,
I can tell you that right now.
could it happen next year? Would it be the year after?
I can tell you that right now. And then back me up or correct me, one or the other. Correcting me is backing me up also. Full-time, half-time in schools, as soon as we can hire qualified people, we're ready to go. We have a model for how that works. We have people doing it very well. We have district-level specialists who can train, so that could start in the fall.
And would you ever start at mid-year, or would this be a start at the beginning of the year only?
I think we'd started in the fall to provide adequate training to make sure that the structure fits in with what teachers have planned. We wouldn't want to disrupt the school schedules and that. And since we're halfway through the year, I think we would start hiring right away, but then we would start training and implement fully in the fall. The testing could start next year, or we could even we really could start that this year, actually. We could probably put the testing in place. Would we need to wait for next year?
That would be best to wait until next
Okay.
year.
So, but we could do that in the fall.
And yes, with a plan on what to do with the test, we could do that in the fall.
Right, because we need to be ready to provide
Receive,
those supports. And that's why full-time or half-time in all schools is the first priority, because you have to have the supports in place. You can't test people and say, hey, actually your child is very gifted, but I wish we could help them. But they're going to have to travel to this other school, and that's the only way that we can help them. And then people say, well, the friendships are more important than that, and we'll do what we can to supplement. So those two could happen right in the fall. The ALPS, the specialty school would not be in the fall. We would need a year to research that, I think, at least. But maybe a year from fall, we could have some elements of that in place. And the ALPS in every feeder, I'd have to turn to you to even have a guess about how soon we could.
Not next year, but the following year, depending on the testing. That would take a little bit of pieces and parts to put together, but it could be done in the not too distant future.
So site-based specialists and universal testing in the fall. ALPS and expansion and specialty school a year from fall.
So we have space in every feeder for an ALPS program. That's
Yes.
not a barrier. Okay,
We
great.
could make that work.
Thank you. So for me, I would need those data points before I could move forward with any additional funding. So can I ask timeline on that? When could you gather, like how long would it need before you could provide a presentation that included those items? Yes, please.
We would be happy to bring that back to you, but if we put our data scientist on it, we can provide you that in an email and be able just to give you the information that we collected.
Some of it we're not collecting, right?
Some
You
of it we're not
mentioned.
collecting, but we have historical records, and I think we've looked at some of that before. And so if we had our data scientists work on it, I think we could kind of come up with that fairly quickly and be able just to put together some some information that would answer your questions.
Is there any other information that board members are interested in receiving? Okay, are you interested in receiving more information, or are you comfortable without it?
I'd like to.
Looks like we have a majority nodding. It's a very formal form of voting. So, can we make that request of you to gather that information? Let us know how you'd like to share that with us. If you feel like it's pretty readable and an email would suffice, that's okay with me. If you'd like to come back and be on a future agenda, I think this was a robust conversation. There seems to be interest.
Along the lines of what Suzanne mentioned, as far as how do you measure the success of any program, but specifically this one, I would be interested in some information that would tell me spending more money here is worth it because, and fill in the blank. You know, how does that benefit these students? And do we have evidence of that benefit? Those kinds of things I would be interested in.
And I'll just piggyback. One of the data points that I was requesting, testing data on qualifying students, I don't just mean students who received the services. So we know who would have qualified by the test. Can we compare their progress?
Can you clarify that for me? I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
So if a student qualifies but does not choose to attend an ALPS placement school, I would still be interested in watching their progress growth data. So like if you just showed me a graph and said, here's the progress made by students in ALPS, here's the progress made by similar intelligence levels, but students who didn't receive the services.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes, the caution I would give just in advance of the email, and I think the email is a starting point. Anytime we provide an emailed information to the board, it's, oh, this answers my question, or I'd really like to explore this more in a public meeting. So that's a starting point. I know I don't have to explain this to the board, but for those listening, it's the correlation and causation difference. Sometimes we might say, okay, well, if you were in ALPS, you saw this growth. If you were not in ALPS, you saw this growth. But there are many different factors that play into that. So I think it's informative. We just also have to be cautious about the conclusions that we draw always. But
I think I'll be interested too, once we get all of our metrics with Portrait of a Graduate, the well-being of these students. Is
Right.
their well-being improved by being in a program that challenges them or gives them opportunities as opposed to not?
and I'm interested in those same questions that Ms. George raised and that you've asked and others have asked for those students who are in the ALPS program, but also those who are at a school with a specialist. And what is their well-being? What is the well-being like for a student who gets to stay at their neighborhood school, but also has specialized services provided there? And not just are the scores up, but what are all the Portrait of a Graduate metrics associated with that? Do they feel a sense of belonging that they didn't feel? Because for me, a sense of belonging doesn't just come from people treating you well. It comes from having a sense that I belong here because I'm accomplishing things here.
Which I wanted to
In addition,
ask
I added
Nikki.
it to
Yes, do you want to add that dynamic to your data?
Sorry, was that what you were going to say? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Do schools still do Letterman jackets? Is that a thing, or is that a thing of the past?
Sweaters I've seen.
Letterman.
It's not schools, it's outside businesses generally,
it?
but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was a way that.
I mean, but you
Letters
can
still.
you
Get
can
a letter.
get a Letterman's jacket. I don't know if I could right now, but if I wanted to pay for it, they would probably sell me one.
You can still qualify for an academic or an athletic letter.
Okay, so there are academic letters
Yes.
available. Okay, I wasn't
More
sure.
often worn on a sweater than on a jacket. But
There's still quite a few jackets, though.
Very expensive.
Let's bring them back, Brian.
Yeah.
Let's
I just remember, I wish there was a letter for the chess club, because, I would have lettered in chess.
Brian, that is A good tidbit.
We give them cords for graduation and other things, so.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, this has been so helpful. We appreciate your expertise and time. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you for having us.
Asking myself if we should move on to the next agenda item. Are board members open to taking a break at this point, and then we can pick back up with the next agenda item? Great. Go ahead and break for, let's say, until 6 o'clock, a little longer break. Here's hoping it's on time. Welcome back to the Jordan School District Board of Education study session. Today is still Tuesday, January 13th. All board members are present. Oh, I guess I don't need to go through everybody in the room. You already know. So we are now beginning, and we apologize for a little delay in coming back into the meeting. Thanks for being patient with us if you're watching from home. Let's now move into item 1B, a proposed Fieldhouse survey questions. The proposed Fieldhouse survey questions. So just to catch listeners up, we made the decision as a board to have questions created so that we could see what a Fieldhouse survey might look like. And this is the continuation of that discussion. So we will turn it over to Dr. Godfrey and Mr. Larson. Sorry.
Thank you. Based on the board's request, we're working with Lighthouse to create survey questions and to execute a survey with our patrons. And there are these are the questions that they have proposed, but we wanted to bring these to the board to get your input on these questions, make adjustments to be sure that when the survey goes out and the focus groups are held, that we are asking the questions you need answers to before making a decision about whether to go out for a bond for field houses or whether to invest resources in field houses. So, what input, questions, suggestions do you have?
Start from the top and go down if you have something to add. My first comment isn't until 14. Anyone before that?
Let me see.
I don't know where it falls in the questions. I can't remember, but it's mentioned wellness programs. What do we mean by wellness programs? Like could benefit from a field house.
Which question number are you looking at?
I don't remember where it was.
Let me see if I can find it. I remember.
Oh, 18. Yeah, it's in A and B. On number 18.
Are we talking about PE programs?
No,
In
PE
A, it
was listed
specifies
separately.
PE, but not in B.
A and B both have wellness programs.
Yeah.
I don't know that we should probably eliminate that because I can't tell you what that exactly means. I think it's meant to be more of a catch-all, just kind of after-school clubs and whatever else you might have, but I think that can be eliminated. I think that's vague, so we can take that out.
So would you take wellness out in, did you say both A and B?
Because this does, both A and B kind of touch on, A focuses on behavior, academic success through expanded PE and wellness B touches on year-round space for athletics, performing arts, clubs, special education, and wellness programs. Do you want other after-school activities as kind of a catch-all, or do you just want to leave it?
Yeah, well, we could say like clubs or other activities. Or we need to be more specific. I don't know what wellness programs means.
I think a catch-all is great, but wellness programs just is weird wording.
And other programs.
Right. Yeah.
We'll do that. Yeah, because it sounds like we need to start offering wellness programs.
We state that the bond would increase. I'm trying to find it.
It's between 14 and 15. I also am.
We don't have a time frame though. Is there a possibility to put for the next? Is it a 20-year bond?
16. Yes, we can add 16 years in here. Okay, so question, well, it's the verbiage, isn't it, for question 15? Okay.
And is it possible that we can refinance the current bond so it's not that large? And would we ever want to do that? If we could refinance the current bond so it's not so large, or would we want to do that? Would that put at risk building a school or something?
I just talked to, last weekend, our financial advisor was there, and he mentioned to me, hey, we looked at all of your bonds and wanted to let you know that, because we're frequent, just because of their funding structure, they benefit when we refinance. And he said, we looked at that, but all of your bonds have too low of interest rates. We can't.
Darn it.
I think it could, John, please correct me and quickly, but as we pay down current bonds, is it possible that this would result in a tax increase without a rate increase? Like if we voted for, would it kind of come under as we pay down the
Do you have any
bond?
bonds coming
Would
off?
it maybe not result in people paying more month to month?
So the wording on a bond election has to be the high point of what it is. The payment amount would be the same for 16 years, is normally how bonds are structured. We can alter that payment structure a little bit if we wish, but usually the payment amount is more similar to a mortgage. And the reason it would come down from that high point is as additional properties are built and we have new growth in the district,
Yeah.
then the homeowners will start to see that come down.
I was wondering if we should say anything in here about the ongoing costs, not just the
I've wondered
cost
that
to
too.
build. But
The ongoing costs are not listed in here. That would be another $11 a year in a tax increase separate from the bond. And if that should be added in here or not.
just in the spirit of 100% transparency, this is the financial impact,
Yeah. We could add, they've got a good description here before question 15. We could add that in there, that it would include an ongoing cost. You want that in there?
I'd like that, as long as it's clear that it's not part of the bond, right?
We're in that area.
I would clarify maintenance. I mean, let's be clear what it's for. We're not buying anything. We just have to maintain the facilities that we're building with the bond. I'd clarify the purpose.
Would you be comfortable with operating costs?
Yes, operating costs.
Because it's more than maintenance. There's going to be, well, maybe you think of cleaning that way, but utilities and
Maintenance of the power. Yeah, operational cost sounds good.
So in that same area, I'm a little uncomfortable with the first sentence. Jordan School District has identified a need for more space to accommodate student athletics. I don't feel that this is a need we have identified. I think that this is an option we're considering. I don't know how other board members feel about that wording.
I think it's a need.
I think it's a need.
Oh, I feel like we have heard from some people that it's a need, but other people had said that no, it's not a need. I don't want a field house or whatever. And so I feel like I agree with Miss George that maybe rewording that sentence would make me more comfortable.
It's not a need. I'm not interested in even doing it.
Yeah, if we don't need it, why are we even asking?
Well, if we do need it, why are we asking? And
'Cause
why
we
don't we
wanna-
just do it?
We want to know if they'll pay for it.
Because other districts have just done it.
We need it, but will you pay for it?
I disagree. I don't think we need it. I think that we have found solutions that are functioning. It would be nice. It's a consideration. So I would just say Jordan School District is considering a solution to find more space to accommodate student athletics?
We have kids on our turf field as early as 5:30 in the morning, and we have them getting off at 10:30 at night. That's a need. Those kids should not be at school that early, nor be out there that late.
Do you think that
trying to
will
get-
change if we
Yeah,
have
it's
a
gonna
field
get,
house?
it's gonna get worse because we're gonna get rugby that's gonna want to be there. For sure, if you throw another field, at the very minimum, we need another turf field at each school. But, I mean, we're sanctioning all these sports and we're providing more activities and we haven't increased the facilities. And so maybe we have to discuss if we need it or not before we even move this forward.
I'm confused about this need as well. You know, public education is legally obligated to provide a certain set of students to the children of the state. Athletics is great. It has a lot of good purposes. It serves a lot of good needs. It teaches teamwork. It has a lot of good things about it. And the same with all the other extracurricular activities. But public education is not obligated to provide these other types of things. And so that's the counter argument. Do we provide things, or are we saying that it's a need to provide a service for something that the taxpayer isn't legally obligated to provide? That's where I'm having some.
Then as a board, we should opt to do away with those activities.
Driver's ed.
Let's get rid of lacrosse. We don't need to sanction that. Just because it's sanctioned by the Utah High School Activities Association, we don't need to include it in our schools. We don't have to do soccer. I mean, we don't have to provide those, but if we're going to offer those in our schools, we darn better have facilities to be able to honor those kids. And I would just remind you, the number one reason I think kids come to our schools, including homeschool kids and everything, is because they really want those programs.
Could I suggest just a change in the wording, something like, in order to satisfy the demand for more space to accommodate? Does that meet everybody's needs? In order to satisfy the demand for more space to accommodate.
I like the wording, of course, but we still have the underlying argument. Is this
Yes.
something?
But the argument
this
might
should
become
be
moot if this doesn't
providing?
pass, and then it becomes another discussion.
Right.
Yeah, and Brian, I agree with you about we're not obligated by law to provide any of these other things. And so I too have a hard time using the word need, but I feel like demands is fine, and I am curious to see what the results of this survey are.
And we could say even satisfy the increasing demand, because that is the trajectory, right?
The reason why we're going to the public with this, my understanding is that the district can't finance it themselves.
Good.
Won't.
We won't.
We can do anything we want. We just can't do everything we want.
Districts around us are doing lease revenue bonds. We could do that without the voters' approval.
We want to include our voters in this decision.
But
Amen.
to Daryl's point, there are a lot of things that we don't have to do, but we're doing because they don't cost $120 million. So it's not an all or nothing. There are some things that we can do. We can provide lacrosse, we can provide soccer, and yeah, maybe they have to come a little early or stay a little later, but
5:30 is more than a little early. They beat me to work.
They must love it.
And
They're
I don't
committed.
believe this would solve that. I think you would still have people scheduling space in the field house at 5:30 in the morning and 10:30 at night. Okay, other input, feedback on the survey?
Had another question comment. I believe it was on number 18. 18E said generates revenue by hosting tournaments, camps, clinics, and rentals. I I would like to be more specific about like it would generate revenue for individual schools or individual sports, like whoever's hosting that camp or clinic, that revenue would then help that club, camp, clinic thing. I just would like to be a little more specific.
I agree.
Not like, what, they're making money off this? When that is not what's going to happen.
What do you mean?
So,
We are going to make money off of it.
how so? How are we going to make money off of
We rent it.
the field houses? But if all of our clubs and extracurriculars
No,
are
this
using
is,
it,
those are those who's renting it.
right? But it's not really going to be a ton of revenue.
That's
is
true.
my point, and that we should be more specific that it generates revenue for the individual school hosting a tournament or camp or clinic. That it's not revenue for the district themselves, right? Or am
Could
I
be.
interpreting it wrong?
Could be.
You could do soccer tournaments in the summertime with the community.
And the district would then benefit from that revenue?
Have
Said
to
it
pay
that way.
rental.
So I have a question. As far as renting fields and auditoriums, does the district generate revenue in that endeavor? Because I understood that it was the cost of the rental generally paid for the staff that needed to be there and the custodian. And so I'm just curious about if that would be different or the same.
Depends on who's renting. If it's a nonprofit, then it's mostly just covering our actual costs. But there are for-profit groups that might rent that. And the other thing that might happen is that, I don't know, maybe I'm stretching it, but because a student group is in the field house, then I don't know. I think there's more availability generally, and there might be more rentals. A rental from a commercial group actually nets the district money for maintenance and that sort of thing. Nonprofits just pay the cost, the actual staffing cost.
Camps and clinics do generate more than just the cost of the building, right?
Right.
We
So
could
that's
stru-
what Aaron's saying.
And we could structure it that the rental fees go to paying down the cost of the facility. So it is an option. That's what I think our neighboring schools are doing. They're renting out the facility to help pay for the facility.
And are they changing the rates for that specific facility?
I don't know who else is paying, but I know what we're paying. We rent one of the field houses around here.
So what you're saying is when we rent out our facilities, they sometimes create a profit or a margin for us? What percentage of the time are we pulling in revenue beyond our expenses? Do we have a sense of that?
Yeah,
For
rarely.
guess.
I would say rarely. I'm actually unaware of one. But we charge the big cost that we charge for is the custodial time, overtime. We do have a rental fee on top of that, but our rental fee we haven't changed for 20 years. I mean we still get complaints that we charge too much on it.
I thought we changed our rental fees just 2 years ago, because I sure get a lot of calls.
For the custodian,
But like these dance groups that rent it and stuff, they're paying full freight. They're paying more than custodian.
yeah, there's different rates, like Dr. Godfrey was mentioning.
Yeah.
Commercial rates, nonprofit rates, and so certainly there's going to be a difference there between each of those groups. But
I'm just not clear. I'm not sure that this is clear. Some people will say revenue and think it means profit. So I don't know if we want to add a word like generates modest revenue. I just don't want people to think it's
I think Ms. Barrow's
going to pay
point-
for itself.
Ms.
But they're
Barrow's
telling us
phrasing-
how important that is.
Because Ms. Barrow's point was to say for the
school groups.
school groups, right? They are actually using it as a fundraiser and generating adequate revenue. So I think if we were to specify it like she's proposing, that kind of makes it.
I would be comfortable with that, but then we also had a comment of we could arrange it however we want if it comes
We're
to.
asking,
which
how
are we gonna
important
do?
is this? We haven't said anything, we're just asking, how important is it to you that this generate income?
That's a good point.
That's all we're asking. We're not saying, here's what we're gonna do, we're committed to this. We're just saying, how important is it to you that it generates revenue? By hosting events. That's it.
So I'm wondering how much money we're saving by building these too. So I know a baseball team that pays $40,000 a year for indoor batting practice time. I could just imagine what indoor soccer, lacrosse, other things, what I would be interested to know what our sports teams now are paying for indoor space.
Is that information that we receive in the future?
Yeah, we could look into that. I am unaware of those type of situations.
I can give you the
So-
name of the team.
Yeah, that would
I
be
can
good.
tell you one.
So it may be, if you're looking at that, to the point of the earlier conversation, maybe what this is rephrased is generating revenue for and saving costs to school groups. But on the district side, I think there's going to be a different side view of that.
One of the
school
biggest
groups would
one of the
benefit.
biggest reasons to have this is it gives us a competitive advantage, really keeping up with the Joneses. But in the wintertime, we were able to practice. Because right now we have kids running down the hall, which is probably not the greatest place for athletes to be training, and and also in the summer times, be able to bring our marching bands in from parking lots. So some of these are the things that can benefit most, and I don't know how you put that on a survey.
It's on, I think it covers it a little bit on B, as far as them prioritizing the importance of what you described. So maybe that'll rise to the top.
Can we rephrase the way that John suggested? Does that address what you were asking?
Probably.
That works for me.
So I am curious about, so let me reread it to be sure I got it. 18E generates revenue and reduces costs for school groups by hosting tournaments, camps, clinics. School groups don't do rentals, but maybe we take rentals off then.
Or just schools.
Camps and clinics. I'm unsure if we're actually allowed to generate a profit off of a publicly made building, especially if it is bonded for. That's going to have to be a question I'll actually have to look at.
Yeah, I'd be interested in knowing.
Revenue off of the service of the camp, more so than the building? Like the
Yeah.
kids are teaching a skill?
The camp itself would generate revenue for the group, yeah. But I'll ask Zions, but
We're currently profiting from our buildings when a group does a fundraiser.
Even our bonded buildings, or even our recently bonded buildings.
I don't think that, I think it depends on who you look at.
Who you look at, what do you mean by
The
that?
district versus the group.
Will you find out and get back to us?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm curious how a field house will benefit our special education population. Are we talking about unified sports there?
What about just separating them and reducing it to say generates revenue by renting the facility? and then cuts costs previously spent on renting indoor facilities. Well, I just want to know, how important is that? How important is it that we build a building that can be rented out? How important is it that you don't have to pay $40,000 to go play baseball in the winter in another facility? I think the problem is we're getting muddled in things that we're not really asking, so let's not ask it. What if we just simply say, how important is it that it generates revenue by renting the facility out? How important is it that it saves costs by not having to pay rentals to other facilities?
The other question, yeah, I think you're onto something there. You can also, sometimes we risk asking a question that's really intended to inform, and maybe we can just explain rentals may help offset operating costs and benefit clubs and teams in the form of fundraisers, something like that. Rather than asking how much do they value that, just explain up front, this may be part of what we're proposing. But to your point, it just depends on whether you think everyone needs to know this before they take the survey, and whether you want to know how they feel about it as part of the survey. If neither of those things is true, then we don't need to include it in this document. It can be part of the board discussion, but doesn't have to be part of the survey. It's up to you.
Question is, what would inform my next step if the survey results are close?
Right.
What information will I need to make my decision?
So sometimes I appreciate a really transparent question. So in this case, I would like to see a question, and I'm going to phrase this poorly, but to the effect of, would you be willing to have field houses if it meant that it increased your taxes? Would you be willing to have field houses if it meant that they were privately funded and it did not increase your taxes? Or would you prefer not to have field houses? Because I think there are people who would say, yeah, I'd like a field house if X, Y, or Z. Like, I don't want a tax raise, but I'm okay if the kids have a field house. And that would kind of inform my next steps if we were to include a question.
Do you think we need to have potential or more potential for private funding if we're going to ask the question? Because if we're asking it, they might assume that it's an option. It's not really an option. I wonder if we should ask it.
I just don't know how to begin asking about private funding if we're not willing to put a field house in if we get the funding. Or more likely, what if one school finds a donor and one school doesn't? Then are we going to say yes? I really need to know that before I start asking the questions. So to me, it's okay to ask the question, like, how much do you want a field house? Are you willing to pay for it? Are you okay with it if you don't have to pay for it? Or are you opposed to a field house?
And they can check 2 out of the 3 if they want.
Yeah.
I doubt
think
you're
it's
going to
okay to
find
do.
private options for this big of a price tag. You might find a portion of it, but I'd love it if there was somebody with 120 million sitting around in their pocket. But we've had people try to fundraise otherwise for a lot smaller prices, and they seem to fall through. I hope that I'm wrong.
My concern with asking the 3 questions is if I read it and I say, oh, private funding, no option, I won't check that one where I have to pay for it. So I don't know if we'll get,
I think it might skew the results.
If I'm honest with you, that is likely the only case in which I will vote for a field house. So that's why I'd like to ask the question.
you will only vote for a field house if there's private funding for it?
Yeah, pretty likely. I'm really uncomfortable with the social collateral that comes with asking for a bond that does not relate directly to education.
Why are we doing this?
Because there was a
Some of
majority
us
that
are.
wanted to.
If you're asking me,
Because to me, the private funding is a total different question. I think you pursue that elsewhere. I mean, because if someone's willing to come and pay for them, do we need to ask the public? Maybe ongoing costs, but I don't know that we need to do a big survey if we're going to get this privately funded.
The reason I'm doing it, or I'm willing to do it, is because we've had specifically coaches at our high schools that have asked for more space. And the best way that we've come up with to address that question is, well, let's see if the public is willing to pay for it. That's why I'm willing to go through this process, is to help answer that question for several of our coaches and, other, even students who are interested in it.
Technically only one group though, right? Publicly at least. Like, I'm surprised with the people in my community associated with athletics that are against this. And so maybe what we really ought to do is ask all of our programs, are they interested in it before we pursue a whole lot more. But I don't know.
What reasons have you heard that athletic people are against it?
They don't want to pay any more taxes. I posted on Facebook and got a pretty big pushback. I was shocked by the people pushing back, because it would be most beneficial to them. So maybe, because it was only just one group, and maybe we've heard from a few other groups, but maybe the survey really ought to be geared towards our programs first and say, do you want this? I don't know.
Well, independent of field house discussions, I have heard several complaints from student athletes and parents about lack of practice space or quality of space. But it wasn't in the context of, is a field house the solution you want? So I think it is a known issue. The solution is unknown.
similarly to the way that the suggestion I made of including a privately funded option on the survey, I'm even more concerned about going out to our coaches and saying, hey, do you want a field house? I would like to do that once I could deliver it.
But if they don't want it, then why are we trying to offer it?
But I'm just saying, I think that the people that you saw primarily on your Facebook post were likely taxpayers, not coaches. And the suggestion was to go to our schools and ask if our schools want it. And I think that's probably a no-brainer.
Oh,
And I believe that this discussion and decision to survey, it comes out of responsiveness to the people, some of the people that we represent. And I am interested in what people think, and however we move forward with finding out. If we decide we need to ask the coaches and students first, we can do that. My experience has been that coaches and students have thought it was a good idea. Other people have had different thoughts about it that I've talked to, but I want to be responsive to the groups of people who came and wanted us to look into this. So
That's exactly the reason why I was okay with surveying, but I'm just saying there are big hurdles that would have to be met before I would vote to bond for only field houses. And I'm even uncomfortable with the way it comes off to say bonding is the only option. That's why I would add the question. Okay, so I'm hearing a no on adding that question. Any other adjustments to the survey? Okay, so what would next steps be?
To Lighthouse.
Yeah, once we have the approved language from this discussion, we'll just send that to Lighthouse and they'll conduct the survey. They will invite you to, actually, I think they'll put together, based on the survey results, they'll put together focus group questions. And then we'll have you review the focus group questions. And then they'll schedule focus groups, and then they will invite you to be behind the one-way mirrored window. By the way, we announce that you're back there, and then people forget quickly and speak very candidly, very quickly. And so then you get to hear firsthand what the focus groups have to share. For those who do not attend in person, there's a report, and then you'll have all of that. So they'll ask these questions. They'll come back with focus group questions. You can attend focus groups, then we'll have a comprehensive report that they will give in person in board meeting. And then you can make a decision about next steps in terms of funding or other
Did we
other
opt for
decisions going
the
forward.
package that included focus groups?
Yes.
I was thinking we did for some reason.
The board told us to start with the survey, and then at that point, once the survey results came back, the board would give us further direction whether to do focus.
Oh, that's my mistake. I thought we had the whole process, but we have that option.
Yeah.
So we can stop that at any point.
That was part of a big package that we're still looking at. Yeah.
Now that you say that, I do remember that it's like, depending on the results, because if the results are very clear in one direction or another, you may not need the focus group. That's true. Maybe I'm just excited for the focus group because I love those focus groups. We learn a ton from those focus groups.
Is everybody comfortable with that next step? Beginning the survey?
Yep.
Okay. Anything else before we move on? Great. So let's move on to our annual board meeting calendar. It's that time of year where we need to look at when we meet as a board over the next year, so 2026. Just for the benefit of those listening at home, our pattern has been that we meet on the second and fourth Tuesdays of each month. The study session on the second Tuesday, and then the fourth Tuesday, we begin with a study session and then go into a business meeting. So really what we're looking at here is times when that pattern might change. And we're so grateful to staff who's put together a calendar that points out some of those things to be aware of. So in August, we have school beginning August 18th and 19th. We're meeting August 25th. If anybody has concerns with any of these, let me know. One anomaly is fall recess falls during our regular meeting time. So we're just proposing moving that to October 27th here. So that's like the 5th Tuesday. Is that right?
I think so.
In that case, there's still a week between, which worked out nicely. Thanksgiving recess, this is a consideration, begins, so their first day off of school is November 25th. We would be meeting the night before, so potentially some people could be traveling, but we do broadcast. Is that a conflict for anyone here?
Not for me, but I did have a thought that usually on that second meeting of the month, we invite a school. So I wonder if that being close to Thanksgiving, families might already be on their way out the door, because school, the bell rang and they're headed out of town. So it was just a thought I had if whether or not students might come.
It's also our staff. We ask people to come, including administration.
So would you guys like to propose a different date for that month? Or are you just saying, let's be mindful and maybe skip inviting a school on that week and just do it in-house and minimize staff time in our meeting? That month, there are only 4 Tuesdays. So if we chose to either move it forward or push it back, you would just have 2 meetings in a row, which has been done before. It's not a big problem, but
I'd prefer to leave it on the 24th.
I'm fine with it there. Let's just be mindful, perhaps, just because I am not a fan of having meetings back to back.
yeah.
I would rather it be the 17th because it's the night our patrons come too. So we're asking our patrons to come technically during the Thanksgiving recess, because at least I look at the Thanksgiving recesses as soon as school's out, it's over. But I mean, if it was a study session, I'd be less concerned, but it's a general session.
I don't know which days staff works. The students aren't here, but the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, is that a day off for all staff also?
Teachers are off that day, but most others work.
So
Many others work. I
many
shouldn't say
others
most.
work. Okay. Okay.
And many of them take it off.
Okay. But it is a regularly scheduled work day for most staff that are not teachers or working in a school, maybe.
It's a contract day for
A contract day.
administrators and some ESPs, some other licensed employees, but many choose to take leave on that contract day.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you see this as a big ask for staff?
We meet on that Tuesday. We can do that.
Board members?
I didn't answer your question. I don't see it as a big ask. I don't see that as particularly disruptive.
I'm concerned less with staff and more with patrons.
I'm curious. I've noticed that many entities who are streaming their meetings now have provided an option for public comment. Is that something we're interested in pursuing so that maybe if you were on the go, you could still participate fully?
I have some concerns with patrons responding. I just think that, I don't know. I have some concerns that I can't quite articulate about just potential problems, but I could probably be convinced that these are not problems.
I think there probably are problems. I will likely work to defend the ability for emailed in comments, and just because I have had people tell me that they felt afraid to stand up in front of a group of people who think differently than they do at times. And I believe that everyone should have a voice, regardless of your social anxieties. So that's probably a conversation for a different time, but it sounds like not a huge appetite among the board to make an avenue for call-in comment.
Although after going to the Utah School Boards Association's conference and listening to attending the breakout session about truth in taxation hearings. It is possible that we might need to make that an option for certain types of hearings. But right now, I don't see it as necessary for our regular board meetings. I like the emailed in comments for people who can't attend in person.
So if people still have the option to email in a comment, are you comfortable with a meeting on November 24th?
I am.
Just say no if you're not. Okay, so should we go ahead and move on? Sorry. Okay, just pointing out, December 8th will be the only meeting in December. So just keeping that in mind. That's why it looks different in the columns. Then March 23rd is a board meeting. Spring recess doesn't start until the 29th, so gives a good pad. June, we have just the one meeting for that month, so just something to keep in mind. And then a proposal to have our board summit July 28th. So that would provide an opportunity if there was an urgent bid that needed to be taken care of during the month of July. It wouldn't leave us with such a gap. But that would be the extreme circumstance where we would come together for a formal vote during that board summit. It's not intended to be just a regular meeting. Everyone okay? Does July 28th work? No, July is crazy.
Can I ask a question on that? July 28th is listed as a regular meeting, but what you're saying is that's just in case.
Yeah, we would not hold a regular meeting. That this would be an opportunity just to vote on bids that were essential.
That's the only piece of the regular meeting we would hold. No public comment, no consent agenda.
And if there were no essential bids, we would probably not hold a regular meeting at all.
Okay, thank you.
Are we having a summit on that day? So we need to be in town for that?
Yeah.
I might have a problem with that. I just get very limited days that I can actually take a day off. And that's right in the prime time. So I don't know. I mean, I can't commit that I can make it. Like if
You have to take a day off no matter when we did a board summit?
Summer is really difficult for me the number of days I have to work and the number of days I can use vacation are really limited to me.
So the
And
board
that's during
summit,
that prime week.
I think the proposal from the committee was that the board summit would be kind of a all-day event. So I don't know if there would ever be a time when it wouldn't require taking some time off.
Well, what I'm talking about is, for me and my family to go on a vacation is a difficult time. So July is just a really difficult time because it's really the only month I can just clear and free leave. Like in August, I can take time off early in the month, but generally I have other meetings that I have to be in town, if that doesn't make sense. So in order to get a week where I can leave, July is about the only time. But again, I don't have concrete plans then, but I might. We're looking at some things. But
July 28th instead of 27th. Oh, because I'm in the wrong year. Sorry. I really pushed a lot of buttons. Sorry.
If we have a later start, then that would,
well, I'm telling you, there's a good chance I'm out of town.
I see. Okay.
Like if I can join
But there's a
Bert
good chance you'd be out of town any day
any
in
day
July.
in July.
So
but-
either we don't have a meeting in July or Daryl potentially has a conflict.
Or I could, because I've done it in the past, if I can zoom in, then that would be okay with me. Because I've done that in the past where I'm out of town and I just send everyone out shopping.
So, Daryl, I would love to have you there in person, but as you have free will, you get to choose how to participate, and I hope that you will be there because I appreciate the interactions that we have as all board members together, and I think it could be helpful. And I also appreciate you making an effort to be there remotely, or if you can't be there in person.
What I'm trying to say is August 4th and 11th, there's a higher chance that I'm in town than July 20.
I think the board, in the discussion of what's different between a board retreat and a board summit, one of those was, it's not just an addendum to a meeting. We want this to be a specific event. And so tacking it onto a meeting puts us right back to where we were when we said, let's just not even have it. Which would be the case if we did it in August.
But Daryl, if you're not here, could we still have it at your house?
Probably easier can have it at my house because there will be no other plans.
Will there be salsa?
I could ask the neighbor.
You need to ask
Brian
Brian. You need to ask
July, I
Brian
should
that
have some salsa
question.
ready. Yeah,
Brian will
July.
bring the
Excellent.
salsa.
End of July, yeah.
Excellent.
And the
thought you
keys
were
under the
talking
mat.
about
As long as the
early this year.
my only input is that I just need it to be late enough in the season so that Brian's salsa is available. Other than that, I'll make myself available anytime.
Could we potentially hold the... Okay, hold on, I'm seeing... I was going to say, could we potentially hold the summit on August 4th, the week before our regular meeting? But I suppose what we're looking at is those bids if we need to approve things, and that's where the issue comes in. So.
Do that virtually.
Fully skipping the July meeting last year seemed to make some complications for staff that we would prefer to avoid if we can.
And quite frankly, I missed you all so much.
Oh, don't talk to us
6
about that
weeks
when
is
you didn't.
too long.
If you look at my summers, most often that week's gone, mostly because I can couple it with the 24th and the vacation becomes a little bit longer. Where August 4th, there's not nearly the conflict. I would say more times than not, I'm out of town those last 2 weeks.
How far?
I was in Alaska last year. I
So
was
should we meet on the
Canada.
21st
I think it was
before
Montreal another
the
year.
24th of July? Should we
Do
meet
it
on
on
the
the 24th?
21st before the 24th hits?
Like I said, it's usually the last 2 weeks is when we're gone. But I'm good. I mean, if I'm the only one, I can.
It's true for all of us that it takes some sacrifice to meet in July. We all have families that we love to spend time with, but
I'm not able to take other time during the year is what I'm trying to say. And so it's a little bit different. If I had a job where I could just say, hey, I'll take this week, I'm really only giving them 1 month.
and maybe what we can do is cross that bridge when we get there, provide a virtual option if necessary,
Yeah, 'cause
get
things could be
creative.
totally different by then.
So is the board interested in changing the date, or would you like to move on?
I would like to move on.
So, I think those are the highlights without sitting there and naming every date. I will accept a motion to,
Can I actually make a comment? Is it possible, just for flow, for me to move the budget hearing date to the top?
Oh, yeah.
The year is wrong on that budget year.
oh,
It should be June 9th, 2027.
June 9th, 2000.
And that's why it's down at the bottom.
gotcha. Thanks for pointing that out.
Because the budget hearing in June is on last calendar.
I even put put it on June 9th.
Could we put an asterisk next to the July 28th at the top and just say that is the board summit instead of having it listed twice at the top and the bottom?
This document was mostly for our use today. It will be published on the website differently.
Okay.
And it's like each type of meeting, you know, all the regular board meetings and the board summit, then the study sessions. I mean, because they're not all in order.
This document is for the board's preview, which would then be approved in a subsequent meeting, and then we're required to post it not only on our website but in public locations.
And I'm just saying that they're different days because as I was looking at it, I missed all of the study session dates because they were off to the side. So.
I did the same.
Okay, but in terms of the dates themselves, not the layout of the document, everyone's comfortable moving forward? Great. Do we need a formal vote to adopt the?
Not till it's on a consent agenda.
Okay. Okay, then we can move on to item 1D, annual statements and trainings as per board policy GP 103, board members' principles of operation, conduct, and ethics. Mr. Larson.
Hi, good evening. See if I can get this up. Okay, so a lot of this is very similar to last year, so these are just reminders of different things that are required and some other things that are offered. So there are 6 different items I'm going to go over tonight briefly. 1, the required conflict of interest disclosure. 2, the required USBE board member training on hotline. And the number 3, the required USBE training on audit committees. And then 4, GP 103 has a required ethical behavior statement. 5 and 6 are suggested trainings. 5 offered by the state auditor, and then 6 is USBA. So number 1, statute requires the board to submit a conflict of interest disclosure every year. Sometime between January 1st and January 31st. This will be posted on our website as we have done this year, and it will remain on there until the board member has left the board. It does have to be
New one every year, right?
new one every year. Yep. So if you're still on the board 12 years from now, you're going to have 13 listed because last year's plus the 12. It does have to be submitted by January 31st, and if it's not, then some very uncomfortable things happen, and I'm kind of begging the board, please don't put me in this uncomfortable situation. I have to then notify the board member to submit it again, and then you're given 7 days. And then if it's still not submitted, then I have to do those 3 uncomfortable things listed.
As a
on
board
this.
member, you may want to ask yourself whether it's worth $100 to put John in that sort of situation. It very well may be worth $100, and you could probably get a collection going to do that.
Is it karaoke and dancing?
So let's see here. So our legal counsel has put together a conflict of interest disclosure. It is on board book as well as here. And that's all I'm going to say about conflict of interest disclosure unless anyone has a question.
Is the one in the policy online still updated and accurate? Because that's the one I
Yes.
linked from. Okay, perfect.
Yep.
Could we email that to you?
Yes, if you'll send those to me, I'd appreciate it. Number 2, this is a new one, and we had talked about this a couple months ago, but USBE just changed their rule about requiring board members to see a training for hotline reports. This is a YouTube video that is 30 minutes long. So it's required. There is no reporting mechanism, so I'm just asking you to do it so we're in compliance with USBE rule. Any questions on number 2?
Is that the video that you had sent in an email ago? Whatever it was, I watched the 30-minute video.
I could
hotline.
resend these in a video. These are all in board book, linked with a list of them. So I'm unsure which one, because there are, number 3 is going to go over more videos that USB requires.
Okay.
And this one is not a part, or wasn't last year a part of Master Board certification.
It was not, no.
So I can make that request. It's nice when all the required ones are in one spot.
Yeah,
This is new.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
brand new. When we talked about this a couple months ago, the board asked, well, how fast should we watch this? And at the time I said, well, there is no deadline within the rule, but it does ask that you watch it, and the rule is implemented in place. And at that time I said, well, I think if you do it by the end of January-ish, you'd be fine, was my own opinion, nothing official. And that was kind of to go along with all of this other stuff. Okay, number 3 is a continuation. This is the audit committee training, and this would normally be done every 2 years in our district because we change committees every 2 years. But if you have not done this training, I'll just remind you that to do this. If you're on the audit committee, you get to watch 1 hour and 6 minutes.
Woohoo! Losers.
3 videos, and if the other 4 board members just have 1 video of 35 minutes.
My greatest moment of 2026.
And again, there is no required reporting on this. I just ask you to do that so that I feel comfortable that it has happened. The auditors will ask me if it's happened, and I tell them, well, we go over this every year. So, GP 103 does require, this is a self-imposed requirement that the board placed upon themselves to sign an ethical behavior statement. And the board asked for a similar statement among employees. And that request was added for both you and the employees in an effort to be able to put a check mark on one of the state auditor's suggestions, how to avoid fraud in an organization. So this one, I would ask if you would please sign this and email it to me, then I have it. I don't frame it or anything, I just set it aside.
Just do it and have one here that everybody signs in board meeting once.
I could print it right now if you wanted and pass it out. Would that help you?
Love that, yes.
Okay.
One last thing on my to-do list is a yes.
Once I'm finished here, I will do that. Okay, number 5 is state auditor's suggested training. I bring this up because what prompted those earlier discussions was a desire among some board members to do some trainings that the state auditor had. And so this is not a requirement, but it is one of the things that we could put a check mark on if everybody does it. So again, it's suggested, not required. If everybody does it, then I'll put a check mark on. But again,
Please, it bugs me when it's not checked.
I know, me too.
It just bugs the heck out of
I'm
me.
the one who was like,
So this Open and Public Meetings Act training, that is something that we did if we did the Master Board certification, right? Or, I mean, is it the same one?
no.
Oh, it's
All these groups have a different one.
Okay, so
The
it's a
state auditor
different-
has theirs. USB-E has theirs, and USB-A has theirs. And tonight, Paul will be going through it again because we are required, there is a statute that requires us to make sure that the board and top-level administration have been trained annually on Open and Public Meetings Act. So I don't have evidence of that, so Paul will give a quick training after I'm done here. But if everybody were to give some positive or got the USB-A Master Board certification, that would also qualify, and then we could skip the next agenda item next year if you wanted. But it's just we're trying to be sure we're compliant with that law, is all. And then the last one is USB-A suggested training. They have these items on the USB-A Master Board Award, as well as this one, this book, The Guide to Effective Boards. So that's my reminders. So here's what I need is by January 31st, those 2 documents, conflict of interest, ethical behavior, and then any board member who hasn't already watched those videos to watch them. Any questions or discussion about these. I know this is the funnest thing you do all year.
I have some discussion, but I'll save it for when we review our policy.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good reminders, and please make sure that you don't put Mr. Larson in a position where he has to beg. So just get her done. Let's go ahead and move on to our board compliance with open meeting law training. And we will turn the time over to Mr. Paul Van Komen.
There we go. As Mr. Larson mentioned, I think we can go through this faster than in years past. Recently, there have been made available these online trainings, and they're short, they're simple, they're straightforward. A lot of you have had the training before, so I've been trying to cut down on my training, and we could make it even so we don't do it if you do the Utah School Boards Association or the auditor. I would suggest at least doing the auditor's training because it's necessary for some of those other things. So just did that, it would be fine too. So really, I'm just going to cruise through this. We know it's statutory. I'll also be emailing you the updated Open Meetings Handbook that's put out by Utah School Boards Association every year. Our office actually is the one that keeps that up to date. It applies to public bodies. We're a public body, to matters within our jurisdiction. So what is a meeting? There can be some, you often ask me, is this a meeting? Do we need to take minutes or that sort of thing? You can always go back to the definition section. And as I always say, well, it depends on what's going to take place. And what you're going to do. So key definitions include a relevant matter and whether you're going to receive public comment, deliberate about, or act upon. Also, if there's a quorum. The requirements for a proper open meeting are in short form: notice, meeting at the proper place, act within the scope of the noticed agenda. Again, that's important. Sometimes in open comment session, we say we can't take any action on open comment. Really what it is it's not because it's open comment, is we're not taking action because it's not noticed on the agenda. So there is a subtle distinction there, but we don't take any action on that because it hasn't been properly noticed up. And then if we keep a proper record, and Mr. Larson does a good job with that.
Question on that last one, Paul.
Yeah.
I think I have yet to be in a meeting where someone makes a comment and someone from the public makes a comment and a board member says anything, maybe once or twice. But I think what you're saying is it's okay for us to say something, we just can't act on it.
Your own policy is sort of that you don't engage in back and forth. I don't think it's a good idea to engage back and forth. The reason that we don't take any action, it's not because it's public comment, but taking action is because it's under this provision that an item has to be on the agenda in order to take action. So there's just a subtle legal distinction there.
And I think that it's appropriate during board member comments and committee reports. If you have a comment you want to say about something at that point, I think we're elected representatives. We can comment whatever we want to during board member comments. I mean, we want to keep it family friendly, but yeah.
I was under the impression, I think erroneously, that we just had to remain silent. Even if there was like a correction or if there was a question asked and we wanted to just add a quick clarification, that was like off limits.
Primarily because you want to keep it in the 3 minutes, and if you start interjecting, it becomes an exchange back and forth. I would not suggest that. And the board president actually can control whether or not somebody makes a comment. Technically, you should ask before you just jump in and make a comment and see if that's permitted. So we've been over the proposed annual notice. Things can change. Typically, you have to give at least 24-hour notice. So if something changes, at least 24-hour notice. Certain topics have other additional notice requirements. But of course, if there's an unforeseen event or an emergency, you give the best that you can that's practicable. Sometimes that's not within 24 hours. An emergency can arise. You just have to be able to show good faith and that you've contacted other members of the board to call an emergency meeting, that sort of thing. I'm not going through everything. Public participation. An open meeting is not the same as a public hearing. We've been over this before. In certain circumstances in a hearing, they have a right to make public comments. For example, the budget process requires a public hearing. It's different when it's just your open meeting. We are required now under fairly recent legislation over the past few years to allow for a reasonable opportunity for public comment on matters that relate to the board's authority. It doesn't include work sessions and some others. Often questions are about a proper closed meeting. You have to be in a properly noticed open meeting. Then the board has to authorize the closed meeting. Then you have to hold the closed meeting for one or more of there are typically 7 that apply to school boards, permitted purposes, and keep the required records or documentation of the closed meeting. For most matters, you have a recording. There are instances, and you're aware of this, where you don't have to record, but you can just keep documentation. And Mr. Larson does a good job of helping you know when that is. Authorizing a closed meeting. I know we still do a roll call vote. That was a law that was passed. That law was very quickly taken out, so you actually don't have to do a roll call vote, but you do have to list the vote on the minutes. So a roll call vote is an easy way to get that. That's why I've never said anything about it. But you could just do a all in favor and note who says yes and who says no.
So you could say unanimous, and that would be noting, or do I have to
Yes,
say every
I think
name?
that would be fine. Again, it only takes a minute.
Simplifying my
We started
life.
doing that because there was a very brief window, but that's gone. The roll call vote is gone again. It requires 2/3 vote. You're never required to go into a closed meeting, but permitted to do so. And in the open portion of the meeting, you're supposed to announce the reason or reasons for holding, the location. And we don't always do that. It's sort of implicit. So, going over this, you could say, we're here in the JAT South, just on the recording. You might want to make that. I should have taken the roll call vote out. Sorry, I didn't update that. And that's included in the minutes. So
do I need to announce the location? Because I
Well,
might be remiss
technically-
in that.
right, technically you're supposed to say where it is under grandma. So you could just say we're here. And that's more. I would just put it on the recording, because if the recording has to be heard, maybe a judge, or if they're listening to it, they don't know where you're at. So the purposes are listed. Often we talk about the discussion or character or professional competence or physical or mental health of an individual. The exception is, of course, you can't talk about in closed session somebody filling a board vacancy. Back in play is strategy sessions to discuss collective bargaining, strategy sessions about pending or reasonably imminent litigation, certain real estate purchase, exchange, or lease transactions. And again, it's not everything, so we need to be aware of that and tailor comments and discussion so that it fits within the permitted purpose. Same for sales of real estate transactions, certain security matters, and there are some confidential procurement, which we rarely do, but you could go into closed session as a procurement board. So basic compliance is, again, in summary, first properly convene an open meeting. You have a proper vote. You address only the appropriate permitted topics, and you keep the required recording or meeting. Any discussion? Again, I would suggest this is the link. I think John has it. They've updated it for this year. It applies to your other certifications, so short and straightforward. Questions, discussions, if not?
I have a question. So after strategizing in a closed session meeting and then the event that was strategized about, those recordings become public, or do they have to be grandmaed?
No, they can't even be grammed. They're very protected. If there's a challenge to whether or not the closed meeting, there are provisions, and basically it is a judge has to listen to the recording and make a determination whether or not it was in compliance.
So nothing in a closed meeting is ever.
No, it is. If a board or other public body is off of a permitted closed session topic, that can become public.
Thank you.
And there can be other consequences. So you want to stay on topic.
Okay, but then the closed session does not ever become public.
Right.
Thank you.
Should typically, if it's, again, if you stay on topic, unless a judge orders it be disclosed.
Oh, I see.
And you should maintain, I guess, in the same way, what you discuss in closed meeting, you should not talk about outside of the closed meeting.
Other questions before okay, thank you so much. It's one of the nice things about attending a conference with other boards around the state is we realize how blessed we are in Jordan, and Paul Van Komen is a great example of one of our blessings. We're very grateful to have his expertise in the room with us. Okay, let's now move on to a review of board policies, GP 100 through 107. And hopefully everyone has already taken the opportunity to review these, so we'll turn it to Mr. Dunford to lead a discussion.
While the policy committee is coming up with a calendar for these, we thought we'd begin with the GP policies. And we just kind of drew a line at the 107. There's no required discussion here. What we'd really like to do is there a question, a comment, a concern, a proposal for a change? Those are the things we'd like to talk about. If you don't have any of those, there's no action needing to be taken here.
I just had like clarifying questions. In GP 105,
Want to go in order?
Sure, I can. This was just how I listed my questions.
I just know we're going to be chasing around trying to find
Okay.
where you mean.
All right, let me also get there so I can.
So go to 105 now.
No, I will start you at the beginning then. That was just where I started my questions.
Sorry.
No, you're
I'm
fine.
just thinking others might have questions. We can go through each policy maybe and bring in our questions.
Okay, so I'll start with GP 101 unless anyone would like to start with GP 100.
I had something I wanted to mention on 100.
Go for it.
To ensure that Jordan School District achieves appropriate results for students at a cost comparable to like school districts. Something about that doesn't sit well with me. Like school districts. I don't like sometimes the justification for a decision that the board makes. Sometimes there's a justification that this school district is doing it. So that's why I'm voting to do it, or that's why we should do it. And I don't want to suggest that there aren't lessons we can learn from other school districts and other boards and the decisions they've made, and the experience or the data that they've gathered. But I don't like that idea of one of the pillars of my governance is, did it work at another school district? I mean, I'm not terribly interested in what the 5-member and 7-member school districts are doing around me. Granted, like I said, there are things that I can learn, but I don't like.
Can I clarify this? We're talking about expenses here. We're not talking about policies or practices. We're saying we spent about what other people are spending so that the public knows we're not overspending.
I would argue that's important. I would argue
We're
that
not spending for buses what other districts aren't spending. That's the setting here, is our expenses are comparable to other school districts.
Yeah. We were just talking about how other school districts have spent money on field houses as an example of finance. And I would never want to say, well, since this school district decided to spend money that way, then I also want to spend money that way. It just seems.
No, I think what it's
a little
saying
off.
is if we do decide to do field houses, we should look at other districts and see what their rates were so that we're not an outlier, especially on
Comparable.
the high side. And there's many times we've done things a lot less, but we want to make sure we're comparing our cost to other districts to make sure that we're not above them,
Except for teacher salaries.
except for teacher salaries, and we know where
mean-
that led.
Even then, I don't want to be the very top. Sorry, teachers.
But even then, we always want to know, how do we compare? It's a means, it's a check for public to say, my district isn't overspending, because they're spending about what other districts are spending.
I think it's worthwhile to track that and to make comparisons. I guess what I'm questioning is, it's in GP 100. It's at the very top level of our governance policy. I think it's definitely worthwhile, but
Would you feel more comfortable with language like considering the costs at neighbor districts or like districts rather than we're going to spend comparable to them, but we do consider it?
I just don't like it in there at all.
Oh,
But we're
okay.
comparing it,
Related.
look at the rest of the line, we're comparing it so we avoid unacceptable actions and situations. That's the whole line. You have to read the whole line there.
I did. I read the whole line many times. And why would I?
So that if we're not comparing that to other districts and what they're doing, we could be an outlier. We could be offering programs that we shouldn't be offering. We could be charging and having expenses larger than.
Why do I need to know what another school district has done to determine whether what I'm doing is unacceptable or not?
And I'm curious what like school districts mean. Does that mean similar breakdown of socioeconomics, similar breakdown of at-risk students? Does it mean number of students, number of schools, geographical area? Because we're like third largest school district in the state, and so I don't think we even have that many peers to compare to. And I see the value in looking at other districts' policies, and but I feel like I understand what Brian is saying. Just because it's hard for me to wrap my head around even what like school districts means.
I would feel comfortable crossing out that sentence and putting something like, the board strives to ensure that resources are used responsibly and efficiently. And then if we decide personally or as a board we want to compare to a district, there's nothing stopping us.
And I also have a question about this agenda item. I need to look So we are to make suggestions for revisions if needed. So
And we
that's
don't
what we're looking
necessarily
for.
have to wordsmith it right now, but we can say,
We want
line
this
is
to be looked at.
uncomfortable. Policy committee, can you bring back a recommendation?
Okay.
Yeah,
I support this view and saying, what is the principle we're trying to get at with this statement? And can we take away comparing to other districts? Because if all districts around us are failing, it becomes irrelevant, right?
Yeah,
Or
that's
if they're
a good example.
overspending. So what's the principle behind the statement that we can all gather round and then interpret it by comparing to other districts if one wants to?
So,
I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm glad that you mentioned that because that was one thing I was thinking. What if all the school districts around us are overspending? What if they're taxing more than we want to tax?
Well, then we avoid the unacceptable actions and situations, as the line implies. It doesn't mean that we have to do what other districts are. It just says we compare to make sure that we're not overspending.
Well, it says at a cost comparable.
Cost comparable to like districts and avoids unacceptable actions and situations. So the only reason you're comparing is to make sure we're not an outlier, that we're not over expending our expenses. But if you're not going to compare yourself to people who are like us, then where's your standard? You're saying let's throw the standard out and we can just decide whatever we want.
That's what I want. I want to
Really?
decide whatever I want. I want this body to decide whatever we want to decide.
And I would like the policy committee to look at this sentence and the idea, like Suzanne was saying, like what are we hoping how are we hoping that this idea will guide us? And I don't know. I would like the policy committee to look at this sentence personally.
Duly noted.
all right, anything else in 100? Great, and then we can talk more about it once we have something to talk about, a proposal on the table. Okay, what about in 101?
Going forward through all of these, is this the pattern that we want? Is someone mentions a concern, we talk about it for a second, and then decide whether or not we want the policy committee to look at it? Is that what we're trying to do then?
I think it can be, or if you wanted to take note of something, I don't think it has to be a proposal for a change, but like if you notice something, oh, I could improve on this, or I've noticed our practice is strayed from that, I think it's okay to point that out. But yes, if there are things that you'd like to review, this would be a great place for that.
And the reason for that is the determination of policy is the responsibility as well as the prerogative of the board. This is how we govern. You need to make sure the policies match how you want to govern.
And I really appreciate in letter A, the Board of Education is the initiator of policy. We're not just a reactor to staff initiatives. That's a good thing to keep in the forefront of our mind as we do our board work.
That's where I would just like some clarity on that sentence you just read. What is our highest priority when it comes to policy itself? Like, should I be just looking at board policy first and foremost? How actively should we be looking at all of the other policies we have? Or does that just kind of come with comments and concerns we hear from the public and constituents? I was just looking for some clarity on, I don't know, because we have a lot of policy. So I'm like, okay, do we need to be reviewing this every single year, right?
It's a big job, but it's the prerogative of the board.
Right.
The policies
Where do we
the policy
start?
committee has now has the responsibility to review all policies and propose changes to the board.
And that doesn't necessarily mean they'll get to every policy every year. But
We'll do our best.
We'll set a schedule and work towards a review of our own policy.
Okay.
Anything else in 101?
101 uses the term policy-making principles, that we will govern with excellence in such matters as policy-making principles. I was curious what that means exactly, or if we have like a canonized set of principles that we should adhere to when we're creating policy. I mean, I think it's a great idea that here's how you create a good policy.
Yeah.
But I don't know how to do that. I guess I could ask ChatGPT.
Well,
But
tell you the image that flashed of.
is there a set of
Brain with
principles that we try to
tablets.
adhere to? Is that canonized anywhere? Or do we just let Anthony and his team propose policy for us?
I think that that's actually a smart policy making principle, relying on experts. I don't know of a canonized list of policy making principles, but I
Nor-
think that we exemplify it with thorough conversation, thoughtful discussion, and preparation for meetings.
Nor do we want to qualify the board's values and perspectives.
Can you tell me which number you're at when you?
B.
Policy making principles. I think that our board has, for a long time, felt somewhat resistant to the idea of a policy committee because we are so thoughtful and involved in our own policy. And I think the two can exist together, and I'm glad that we're trying it at this point because I think it will make us better aware of our own policies and keeping them up to date. But I feel confident that our board holds that responsibility carefully
I like-
and thoroughly.
I like how you described that, Nikki. I agree. I think we take the time, the thought, and then we bring in the experts to take our thoughts and make them into a policy. Yeah, I like that.
Well, and then bless them when they've worked and worked and worked, and then they come and present it, and we pull it all apart again.
We are happy to provide a starting point for discussion always on policy.
We're so grateful. Okay, let's look at GP 102. Are we ready for 102? So one thing that I noticed was in letter A, number 4, we list minutes, audio recordings of board meeting. I wondered if it might be time to include this or update this to include video, since it is something that we as a board have adopted to provide for our constituents.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Duly noted.
Simple add.
Tell me where you would add that. Sorry, I'm just.
Letter A, number 4.
Audio and video recordings.
And do we always need to have the audio recording separate? Mr. Larson, is that a rule?
Yeah,
Well, I
yes,
should
because
probably
audio,
get-
audio recordings is actually what's required, sorry. Video is not. That is something we've chosen to do.
And so I don't necessarily want to add video in case there comes a time when it's not feasible. I like how it says this includes but is not limited to. And I like having the required there, but not adding something that's not required as what we do.
Okay.
I would add it and take it out if we ever think we need
Yeah,
it. I can't see a time that we're not gonna have video.
Well, my question is, would you have to video record closed sessions if we're audio recording them only?
What if you said and could include Maybe we let policy committee ponder that line and bring back a recommendation.
Duly noted.
Is that okay?
Can I ask a question about the use of the word owners in policy? And it may just be a word used in education, but it was an odd word for me when I was reading these policies. Instead of residents, is that what it meant? Like, where I'm looking at A, create connection between the owners and Jordan School District.
I think it's a key understanding who owns this business, and we are responsible to the owners.
So like tax-paying owners?
So
Make more sense to
stakeholders,
me.
See, the problem is I have a different allegiance to a stakeholder, like a legislator who has a say, and the owners. I have a different allegiance to those who provide the financial backbone of this district than other people who have an interest in its success. So we have chosen to keep the word owner as a reminder that there is an organization who provides the financial backbone of all that we do in this district. And that grants them certain privileges. They are the owners.
And they selected us to represent them.
Heavy when you think too hard about it. Is that a proposed examination of that, or are you comfortable leaving it?
The policy committee chair was rather convincing.
He usually is when he opens his mouth. All right. Nothing else here? Okay. Then let's move to GP 103. I always appreciate a quick reminder about my ethical obligations when it comes to social media. It's a good policy for me to review once in a while.
In preparation for board meetings,
Yeah. It's interesting that right in our policy we say, making policy decisions without submitting to political pressure. Good reminder. Because we definitely have it applied, especially this time of year.
Where is that one listed?
E4.
The next one, E5, I had a little bit of concern about. E says board members shall honor the high responsibility that Board of Education membership demands by, and then 5 says representing the entire school community, not just the precinct from which the board member was elected. And I think I understand the intent there. Of course, I'm interested in listening to anyone who lives within the district. But I represent the people in District 2. Those are the people I represent. So I don't know.
Those are the people who elect you, but I would argue that you represent everyone in the district, much like anyone who votes for state law on the Hill just represented me, whether or not they live in my boundary.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard legislators say things like, if someone reaches out to me via email and they're not in my voting district, I don't even read the email. I don't represent them.
Shame on them for that.
It's impossible for them to do it, though. And you do have a loyalty to those who elected you, but we have a responsibility for the collective group.
And Brian, I generally think of it as I'm considering something, when I think of the whole school community, I think of all of the employees and students And then as far as the owners, the stakeholders that I am really trying to consider outside of that large group is the people within my district, the people that voted for me, if that makes any sense. So I think we are all responsible for the employees and the students of the school district. I feel like the students, that's my highest priority, the high quality of education for the students. But then as I'm considering certain types of decisions, I am thinking about past how it will affect the district as a whole as far as the employees and the students. I think, how will this affect my community, the people that I'm here to represent? Because I think we are from diverse areas, and I think it's important that we represent the people who we're supposed to represent.
I'm here to give voice to people that live in Bluffdale and part of Riverton. That's the voice that I'm representing here. But I totally agree. Yeah, I'm interested in the students and the staff and the rest of the owners, but I'm primarily here to give voice to the people in District 2. And maybe that's understood in E5, but when I read it, it kind of stood out to me as a question.
The word representing.
I think we hold a responsibility to consider the big picture. And if I am voting for my potential reelection, I think that's what the policy is trying to hit on.
It's conduct and ethics.
Yeah. I believe that a good example of this, there were several good examples of this during Moab, when they really had to think conceptually of the district as a whole. I remember being a very concerned constituent and sitting in a meeting when Bryce Dunford recommended Antelope Canyon Elementary School, a school that was not even in his boundaries, as a solution. That's the kind of district forward thinking that I think they're hitting on with this policy.
So I find when I read these policies, sometimes I want to say the same thing in fewer words. I'm not sure how much value that is to the board, but I do find myself
We welcome
inclined
your
to simplify.
Yeah, we welcome your wordsmithing anytime.
I do, what I will assert right now, just because it's a personal pet peeve of mine, is E2 using quotations when they're unnecessary. We can just say policy making, not administration, without the quotes, I think.
E1 has quotes too.
Otherwise, I'm a board member.
Would we like Mrs. Wood to send those wordsmithing things to the policy committee?
Yep. Any of you ever have wordsmithing, send them to us. We're happy to entertain them.
And I would love the policy committee, as you're looking at policy, to really consider whether or not quotation marks are necessary in the policies.
Now that she said it like that,
Thank
everything
you.
seems dripping in sarcasm in this.
I'm not being
Student
sarcastic.
first.
No, I'm not being
Following
sarcastic.
the principle that I was sharing.
Because, I mean, yeah, like, did somebody else say students first and we have to put it in quotation marks because we can't claim it as our own or something? You know, like, I think,
Students first.
is that a necessary use of
Looking
quotation
way too much
marks?
into this. Wow, this is the weeds. All they're trying to do is emphasize something. Like, I don't know.
Duly noted.
Duly
I'm
noted.
good with that. I would
can
like
debate
to.
it when they have
I would like to
recommendations.
eliminate or change D4. That if I want to post on social media about things not in an open meeting, I do all the time anyways. I can post whatever I want. We don't have to share it in an open meeting. I think what they're trying to say is I don't share things in closed session. But I post lots of things that aren't on our agenda. We're not even talking about, hey, this is an innovative way other districts are doing it. I don't think it has to be an open meeting. Something on our agenda that I'm sharing.
I think you're right that the intent was
Not closed.
we're
Not
talking
closed.
about
It's
not,
not
sharing
sharing.
things
Yep.
that were from closed session. So
Okay, good catch.
So maybe it should be changed, not just dropped, but changed to
Closed
refraining from sharing anything.
Confidential or in closed session.
H4 or several of the numbers under H are kind of prescriptive in nature rather than just kind of more general ways that a board member should meet his responsibilities to the community. But 4 suggests that as a board member, I'm supposed to vigorously seek financial support for the schools.
I really think that H needs to be looked at because I believe that a board member can be very ethical and effective without doing all of these things. So like visiting schools regularly, what does that mean? Every month, every week, every quarter? I think it doesn't need to be prescribed, and it doesn't even need to be said regularly. So I personally would like all of H to be looked at because I agree with Brian, it is very prescriptive, and I don't think that it's necessary for board members to do these things and still be an ethical member of the board.
I agree with that.
More vision, less action. Duly noted.
Well, and I just think like responsibilities to the community. Anyway, I'll say no more about this.
great. We'll revisit that. I think what letter are we on? I7 or 8 is a good reminder for all of us. Taking action at the policy level rather than the operational level. I'm definitely at times guilty of overstepping that reminder. So it's good to reread it. Letter K, the statement of ethical behavior. I really appreciate that we have it. We got some great tips on what could be included in that statement at our Leadership Academy. I'm curious if there's an appetite to revisit the wording there.
In the actual statement of ethical behavior.
Yeah, this statement's pretty vanilla when you read it.
Gotcha.
But John just printed those out, didn't he?
That's not for this year. We're signing that first. Not for this year, but it's something that we had tossed around an idea of maybe doing at a board summit.
Yeah, let's look at it at the summit.
Redoing the statement of ethical behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think that one will be maybe a bigger undertaking, but unless you guys are just quick and whip it right out.
I'm curious, and this might be a little bit uncomfortable, but this is a pretty specific policy, and it's setting some real standards for us as board members. What I don't see in here is clarity on what steps are taken for violations, or so, I mean, I don't know if that is something an executive committee just decides what if these get violated, what they do, or if we should prescribe options as far as, or restricted to, or what's the law, or?
What recourse do you have?
There's very little.
There's very little you can do.
You can write a letter reprimand, but that's about it.
Maybe, I mean, the state
But do we
board
wanna say that?
limited participation on committees.
You could, you could
But
pull
I
off
think
a
there's a
committee,
few
but we
of
don't
us
get
who would
paid
be
for
like, yeah,
committees.
punish me.
I mean, that's what a lot of them will do is they'll pull you off a committee, but they are set up in a structure that they get paid for committees extra. And so, like, pull us off a committee is actually not, maybe putting you on.
Don't throw me in that briar patch.
Put you on some committees. But there's really nothing you can do, like, someone's not unethical.
At the end of the day, ethically speaking, our boss are the people who voted for us, and they're the ones who get to fire us if we screw up.
And that's
So there are no consequences.
I mean,
Oh,
we
none,
could do
but-
a letter of reprimand. We can have closed session discussions if we feel like there's like a conflict of interest or whatever. I mean, we can have those conversations, but in terms of teeth, thankfully, we
I'm
have
not
an
even
awesome
necessarily
board.
looking for teeth. I'm just saying, as an executive committee, if I break these, what can I expect will happen from you to me? Anything?
You guys can fire us from executive committee, but
We could probably do that, like,
it's in our policy.
And I don't know if I don't think I would want some kind of punitive thing within the policy. I feel like it's the responsibility of the executive committee or the board to figure out how they want to address some
So
kind
no
of breach
guidelines.
of
And I-
ethics or.
I think the spirit here is we are reporting to the public what we hold ourselves to. We are saying, we are telling you what we consider ethical behavior of a board member. You can decide if your representative does not follow our policy. But we're not going to write anything within our policy to police ethical behavior of a board member. We just expect all board members to hold themselves to this standard.
This is great conversation.
I have a clarifying question, not about the policy, but about our practice. I have repeatedly told patrons, I intend to vote this way on that decision, and here's why. I haven't made up my mind. Am I in violation of D2? In reassuring or gathering information, I have in the past said, I intend to vote A or this way on that, just so you know. So you can either tell me otherwise, or you can be reassured, stop the letters because I intend to vote this way. Is that a violation of D2?
Well, here's the thing. Make it appear they have already formed an opinion on matters that are before the board. It is very hard to not form an opinion of some sort. I do think it is possible to not be certain how you are going to vote until after you've heard all that has been said. But I think it might be a good idea to look at. Yeah, I don't know.
I think the spirit here is be closed-minded and not willing to hear something else. But I don't think it's a violation of my ethics to announce, I intend to vote no on that.
I think where the spirit of that is, you're not forming an opinion before you hear everyone else.
Right.
Because you've already listened to everyone, and you're like, well, this is where I am.
So maybe could the committee look at D2 and just see if there's a way that it could be said to go along with the practice? Yeah, and personally, I don't like to commit to feeling one way or another, but
But there comes a point where you feel like, okay, I know you're all writing to me, but I need to let you know that I intend to vote this way. For these reasons, I've heard you. So you don't need to keep convincing me to vote. Now, those of you who haven't, I'm very open to hear why I shouldn't. But I think there's always been this need to say, I intend to vote no. To reassure a lot of people who are panicking over it till the very last minute. I don't want to be in violation of that policy. I don't think it's the violation of the spirit of the policy. But I think someone could claim that I have violated that policy if I have made a determination of how I'm going to vote before the vote.
And I think it's also important to, I mean, if it's to, actually, I am in violation because one of these things says to speak clearly and concisely, but that's just like really
Can we do a
for me.
censure?
Point of order.
I'll stop right here.
Cut that
I
mic
had
off.
some thoughts, but I cannot get them clear or concise.
Well, I have a comment because D2 is under when on social media. So have you done this on social media? Okay, I guess I don't follow
Oh,
you
that
on
is a
social
good
media.
point, Erin. That's a very good point.
So
Well, it was because of that I stopped posting on social media.
I post. What are you going to do about it?
But you're very clear at some point in the conversation to say, here's how I intend to vote.
Most
So
of the
all
time.
of you who are trying to convince me to do that, I intend to vote that way. Because I've gathered the information. I don't think that's a violation.
See,
They
this
have
is
changed
where
my
I would
opinion.
say, it says, when on social media, board members shall remain open-minded and cross it all out. Because it says even not post statements. Well, what if I'm on TikTok and I make a video? I'm not posting a statement, am I?
Well, why do I need to
It's a
stay
video.
open-minded?
Or undecided, or whatever word, but, oh, you're debating the whole principle, not the way it's worded.
I think the principle, there's some principles in there I think are really important, and I've tried to do this. It's in mine, and I probably do more social media than most. But this is my opinion. I don't represent the board. I think those are really critical to be in there.
That's why D1 is so important.
Yeah.
And-
So I don't want to strike it, but I'd be careful to prescribe too much on what we do.
And I remember my new board member training. Something that really struck me was to not commit to a vote before the vote happens.
Yeah, I feel
And
like that was
so-
somewhere I read, or it's been said multiple times to me that like you
And-
should try to be open-minded and not come already decided, and set in stone. Because my mind has been changed as we've had lots of discussions and/or emails have come in, or I've decided to call someone and ask them about their opinion, and so I always something about
And
being
so
open-minded.
I think not just on social media, but I do think it is important to not, and I appreciate that you're using the word intend, but I just remember that in the new board member training to
But
not.
that was a lot of people's opinions on what we should do as board members. I don't think there's anything binding in the new board training. I've been to it a couple times. I mean,
Okay, I've gathered enough information. We can tweak it and bring back a proposal. Thank you.
Do you think when you are really staunch about, especially in written format on social media, this is the right thing? First of all, it discredits board members who may feel differently because values are perspective driven. And I also think that if you switch, you might look a little wishy-washy if you're like, this is what I'm doing ahead of the board meeting. And most importantly, I don't think public comment is ticking a box. I think we actually value and take into account the things that are said there. And
but is that unethical to do all that? That's what we're saying. It's unethical to say this is how I'm going to vote.
I always try to say things like, at this point, I'm leaning towards, instead of saying my vote is closed And
But
I
someone-
am no longer accepting your feedback.
And someone could say that you have formed an opinion.
Yeah. At this point,
And according to
I have,
that, that's a violation of the policy. You formed an opinion.
Not if she doesn't post it on social media.
that's right.
Well, and I just want to say, I don't know if it's a question of ethics. This policy is about conduct and ethics. So there are things that are going to be in this policy that may not have an ethical dynamic to it. And I guess I would step back and say, what is the principle or the point behind this statement? Is it because we're trying to preserve the integrity of the board, of the process that we're bound to follow by taking public comment? What is behind this? And that may direct how we phrase it.
That I'm a listening board member and I'm open to hearing opinions that I haven't heard before. That's the spirit of it.
And I think it helps to maintain trust from the public if they can trust that we are open till the end, till we vote.
Thank you. That's on the list.
I think all of us form opinions along the way based on the information that we receive. And so this is my opinion with the information I have. If more information comes, my opinion will be formed slightly differently. That's the process.
That's how I operate.
And-
Not afraid to change my opinion if I have more information.
Exactly.
But as of right now, here's my opinion.
Mhm.
And that's why I like
Light
that
on the
this is
table.
specifically for social media, because it's impossible to not have some sort of opinion. You know, I mean, the opinion can change, and it does, but I appreciate that this is specifically for social media. You
Well, I
can
can't
have an
share
opinion.
my opinion on social media, but I can tell everyone in writing. I can tell everybody and say, this is how I intend to vote, but I can't say it on social media.
And I feel like it's specifically about a vote, an agenda item that is a vote in a board meeting.
We'll work on it.
And
Duly
it's,
noted.
and it's specifically about items that are before the board. So if the item's not before the board currently, it's exclusive of this.
I also think there's an argument to be made that under, sorry, my page break keeps messing me up. I1, if you are coming in not having prepared, and how can you prepare without at least forming a soft opinion?
Right.
Right? That's part of preparation, is to gather the information and prepare a plan, at least in your mind.
You start every science experiment with a hypothesis.
Yeah.
You just
A
can't share it on
hypothesis.
social
You
media.
just can't post it. You can't post it on social media.
I think
All
these
right.
are best practices too. I don't know that they're hard, fast rules.
E7 and I1 might be redundant,
Which one?
being prepared. Did I see that? Did I say that right? I1 and E7, they're repetitive. So that's where I feel like maybe some words can be taken out.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right.
Dr. Godfrey, did you have a comment?
I was just going to say that I think this board does a particularly good job of genuinely weighing input from the public and from staff, but from the public in particular, and that I think however this policy is written, I think it's designed to protect that reputation and to guide the board to practices that will help reinforce that relationship with the public. If you email people and say, this is how I'm thinking of voting, it is in fact different from posting it on social media, because you back yourself into a corner on social media. If you make a declaration, then you may sit in a meeting and say, they're making a good point, but I already told everyone how I was going to vote, so I'm not sure I can change that. And I have seen that over time. I love working for a board where all the discussions are genuine, and when people are surprised at the length of our meetings, I explain that it's because they're genuine discussions. They aren't scripted pro forma ceremonies. They are genuine discussions where feedback is meaningful and discussion is genuine. So a public declaration on social media about how you're going to vote or even how you're leaning makes it more difficult to maintain that reputation for genuine engagement.
I like the way you said that. And I do always hope that in our attempts to be civil with each other, that we're not saying like, well, only an idiot would have made that vote, you know, and sometimes it can come off that way when you act like there's a right or a wrong. So, okay.
Thank you in advance, Policy Committee, on that one.
Sounds like fun.
President, I move that we postpone the discussion on 104, 5, 6, and 7, and we stop here and take the feedback as this was a good discussion, and we'll do 4, 5, 6, and 7 in our next meeting. I think 0 through 7 was too big of a bite, and now we know that, and so I move that we postpone the rest of this discussion for a future board meeting.
I'll second.
A motion by Mr. Denford, a second by Mr. Barnett to postpone the rest of this discussion for a future board meeting. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, sounds like that passes unanimously.
Back in 2012, it looks like, when they put all these GPs together, that looks like a monumental task to actually draft all of this. And I'm sure they had something to go by, but I just wanted to thank the board of 2012 for this. There's a lot of good stuff here. I mean, the fact that we're just making a few little changes 13 years later speaks to the quality of these. Yeah.
And I'll also say I visited a few other district websites to get a sense, and there is no apples to apples. Everything is very custom and unique to that district, even in the titles of their policies.
Did we even have social media in 2012?
Yes, I
I
joined
really-
in 2009 to show pictures of my new baby.
Wasn't it MySpace, though?
No, it was Facebook.
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 One thing I really appreciate when I look at other boards' policies as well is our board values simplicity, and we do not have as many as often boards do, and I'm grateful for that. Anytime we eliminate a policy, that's when I'm going to go out and tell my constituents I did. Like, took one off the books. Doesn't happen often. All right, let's move into a discussion on the information gathered by board members at the USBA conference. I think it's important for our public to understand that we work hard to be highly trained boards, that we seek opportunities to educate ourselves in the work that we have been entrusted to do. And this is one of several unique and valuable opportunities for us to learn. So thank you to everyone who made an effort and sacrificed time with their families this weekend. It is a big ask, and for the way that you capitalized on that opportunity and squoze out a lot of value. So let's go ahead and talk about highlights that you think would be valuable for the whole group to share. Just for those who haven't attended a conference like this, the format is such that we're not able to attend every session. And so as a board, we really try to spread out so we get the most opportunity. And so this is also an opportunity not only for us to reiterate what we've already heard, but to learn from each other. So.
Okay, I would love to go first, and I am just going to hit some highlights. Something from the keynote speaker, Kim Lear. She has done extensive research on generational theory, and something that I thought was very interesting that she has found is optimization versus convenience. And for some generations, convenience trumps a lot of things, but for the up and coming generations, optimization is very important. And I have seen that, and I thought that it's very helpful in thinking about how can we optimize students' experiences in public education.
How can we increase attendance, right?
Well,
Like,
I'm
is
going
it
to get to
optimized
that
for
too.
them?
Yeah,
Of
because I
that
think that is a
perspective.
big part of it.
Really valuable.
And then I also attended a breakout sessions titled Start Fresh or Fix It Up. And this was presented by our very own Nikki George and Dr. Godfrey and Scott Thomas and Dave Rostrom. And it made me think some things too. You know, we've had this field house discussion, and I am curious about the feasibility of creating spaces for our athletic teams using portables, because there was a lot of discussions about portables and their versatility in the session that I went to. And so I thought that was an interesting idea, because there are portables that are being used as dance studios at I think 2 middle schools, maybe 3 middle schools in the district. So I thought, is that an option? Anyway, and then I went to another session titled Driving Success Land Trust Program. It was in the Land Trust Program, and something that this sparked in my mind a little bit was, how can the board and the school district make decisions as far as funding certain types of positions to allow school community councils to not have to pay for those certain positions using trust lands money. And that is something I'm going to be considering as we look at budget even. Then a session that I really loved was called Remoralizing the Demoralized. And so I'm going to read some of my notes. Teaching is an inherently moral endeavor because it involves human relationships and judgments that impact others. And so this class, the presenter talked about the difference between burnout and demoralization. And burnout is in the context of an individual teacher, maybe just too many students feeling exhausted, just not having the resources that they might need to be successful or feel successful. Whereas feeling demoralized, it is when there are outside forces preventing a person from doing what they feel morally called to do. And one of the strategies that I thought was interesting to help with demoralization is to grow a culture of engaging teacher voice and choice and belonging in routines, traditions, and processes. And something that really struck me was, and I really want to take this to heart, is I want to create a place where the people in our district can do the work that they feel called to do. And I want to help them, the employees of the school district, to not feel demoralized, like there are outside forces preventing them from doing what they feel called to do, and I'm talking specifically about teaching, but generally about everyone in our school district. And then the last session I'm going to talk about is building better school attendance. And there was a lot of talk about data tracking and dedicated staff at school and district level. And a couple things that this session made me think about too is possibly considering district-wide policies so that we can have consistency in language and in data tracking and actions and also in training for various staff members like attendance specialists and hall monitors. Also, consistency and communication to parents and the community about attendance. And a question that I'm interested in too is what part a school board can play in this. And another thing that I thought was very interesting that was said, and it made a lot of sense to me, is that attendance is a symptom. And so that's it.
I'll also comment that I went to the demoralization one as well, and I found it very valuable and a great reminder. I learned more about land trust reviews and the role of school board members in that process. And just for the sake of time, I'll just share one more thing that I actually heard from a board member. I think it was in Garfield School District. And she said there are 4 questions she asks herself, or her board does. I don't know if it's just her, before making a decision. What are the unintended consequences? Is it board work? Meaning, is it within the scope of the board? Is it in the best interest of all students, and is it fiscally responsible? That was a great language around questions I can ask myself as a board member before I take action.
Are we going in order?
Sure. I mean, we've got a pattern going. Might as well keep it.
No worry. I've mentioned in the past, these conferences are monumental to me. They do reshape my thinking a lot. And Kim Lear was pretty incredible. I'd never really thought about the differences of the generation differences. Being a baby boomer and listening to her presentation now totally makes me understand my students and even my wife, who's not a baby boomer. But I do think the attendance class was prepared before they heard this talk. And it was interesting to listen to that after having her understanding of how we sometimes take our perceptions of where we grew up in our generations and try to apply it to other generations. And this is a very different generation that we're dealing with. And we need to kind of rethink the way we do education and the way we have things like attendance. I'm talking to my students. They just want to pass the class and get out. They don't want to sit in the seat. They just want to optimize and move on. And so things like the Jordan Credit Center came to mind. Instead of trying to focus so much on getting kids to class, why don't we look at personalizing their education? And so when we do see somebody who has an attendance issue, what we ought to do, the rewards and all that's great. I would propose that they're sometimes negative. I actually feel with our attendance dipping that I'm actually more healthy at school because kids are actually staying home. And it's personally been a benefit to me. But maybe what we really ought to ask is, why is that student missing school? And then identify solutions for them. I don't think very many students know that they can go take a test and not have to take the class. And so I think we have to think more broad when we try to solve some of those issues like that. But again, both classes were good. But I did ask her at the very end. I went up and spoke to her individually. We've been seeing some demographic shifts to people who are staying single or people who are entering into marriage but not having kids. And she says, that's happening here. She didn't realize that. She says, that's happening globally. I didn't think it happened here where we value families so much. I asked her what the trend she felt it would be, and she says 10 to 15 years. She says that what they're seeing in the research that she's seeing is that these groups are valuing their friendship groups more than they're valuing bringing children into the world. So it was really kind of interesting to listen to that and how it may or may not affect us. I went to a class on using workforce services. I don't know if we're using them or not. It was a really interesting class, and as we personalize education, this gives students an opportunity to, I think they said there's 58 different occupations, and they have a VR. It actually lets them, we took a x-ray of a guy with a bow and arrow in his knee. That was pretty cool. So anyways, just really interesting that Utah Workforce Services has some programs we can tap into for our kids. I think the class that was most influential to me, well, I did like Andrew's class from the Canyons District on how to use AI in our board work. That was fascinating to me, and so you'll see much more of my Facebook post that will be written by AI, and I can put the board policies in there and say, write them according to this. So I will not be out of line anymore, so that's really cool. So I didn't know that I could actually create different personalities as I interact with, so we'll see which one I do. But the most interesting one to me was the TNT one. I learned some things that I didn't know, and some things I wish I had known. Some things that I would think, as I look at Salt Lake County, as they've kind of going through a referendum, one of the things I learned is that we should be proposing more than one budget. That we should propose a budget that if we vote yes, this is one of the budgets. If we vote no, this is a budget. When we did our Big Truth in Taxation, we really needed to let patrons know, if we vote no, then we're going to freeze teachers' salaries. We're going to lay off 5%. We have to come up with a budget as if it doesn't pass. The other thing I learned that I didn't know is I thought you had to vote on the night that we take public comment. And I found out we didn't. And why are we? Like, I hope that this board will never vote on a truth in taxation ever again on the same night we take comment. We should, it does make it sound like we've already made up our mind and we don't really care about what you have to say. So I think we should do like we do our other hearings. We should hear the public. We should give them time to weigh in after the fact, and we should vote on a different night. I didn't know that we could do that. And so, but I think I was talking to my faculty today. They're all signing the referendum with Salt Lake County, and I says, oh, so you don't want the library? And they said, what? And I'm like, well, they'll probably just cut the library out. Like, why do we need a library? And when they found out they would lose something like that, then all of a sudden they're not so excited to sign it. And again, I just made that up. But if they don't know the consequences of the not increasing their taxes, but I do know that one legislator said in their town hall of that same night that you can blame the school boards for your property tax going up. And I think I made the comment online, said baloney. Our legislators decide how property tax is done. And they make this law so confusing that even they have a hard time understanding it. And I just hope that we as a board would do more educating people and letting them know how our property tax works and what are the limitations that we have. So many people have real hatred towards us because of this lever that we have to hold. And so anyways, I learned so much about that, and I'm resolved to try to use this better as we move forward, especially in when we'll do a truth in taxation, raising taxes.
I was very grateful to be able to go to the USBA conference. I have been thinking a lot about what I've learned in my first year as a board member, and I've been trying to be a sponge. And so as I went to the conference, one of the things that was mentioned in a class, it was actually the one on attendance, was that the speaker really wanted us to take away an action point. Like, what are we going to act on after we get this information? So I took that to heart and tried to give myself action points for the other classes I went to. Or say, okay, now what have I learned and how am I going to use this to further my knowledge? So I liked the attendance piece and would like to learn more about how our schools track attendance, if we track it at a district level or if we should, and coming up with ways that we could use our data to help increase attendance, help support our students, and possibly maybe this attendance piece as a JPAC topic for a future meeting. On Thursday afternoon, I was able to attend the Joint Legislative Committee, and I was really glad that I went. We had Senator Fillmore came of his own accord, which was nice to have him there and speak to school board members from across the state. I was very grateful that Governor Cox's Senior Advisor of Education, Rich Nye, took the time to come out and speak to us and just let us know what was going on and letting us be a part of the conversations. There was a breakout session with legislators as well. I went to one with Senator McKell and Representative Miller, and it was really nice to hear their questions for us and them answering our questions and getting their insight about the upcoming legislative session. I felt very called to go to a class on Robert's Rules of Order. I wanted to support our school district and go to that class, but I was with them in spirit and said that I got to go to this meeting, and it just makes me laugh because I don't know why I wanted to go to this one, but I'm really glad I did. It was intriguing to me. I learned a lot more. It was a good refresher course for Robert's Rule of Order, and reminded me that when I became PTA president or president-elect, I found our bylaws and just read them and highlighted them, and they're like, okay, Erin, I guess you really should be PTA president. But I'm excited. I've got a renewed interest in Robert's Rules of Order and just some highlights that I learned of why we follow these rules that I wanted to highlight. It says to give due regard to every member's opinion, to listen for, what did I write? Listen to understand, not to formulate a response. To focus on the merits of a motion, not the individual personalities of the member who made the motion. And to ensure decorum, kindness, and respect. I just really liked that class. And I also went to the Truth and Taxation one, and that was very interesting to learn about how that process works. Yeah, that was it for me.
I had a conflict of employment interest, and I was only able to go to 2 sessions and not even the second one because 2 board members from other boards found me, and we spent the whole time talking about related issues. So I think what I appreciate the most about USBA is just rubbing shoulders with other board members and just being able to ask and be asked. I walked away from that conversation once again, as I do quite often, that I think Jordan School District is highly regarded and watched. And because I spent that whole second session, instead of in one of the rooms, answering questions about things our board has done. So it was a great opportunity to talk to other board members. I think that's probably for me the great takeaway is rubbing shoulders with other boards.
And don't forget to mention what happened. What happened at this conference to you specifically?
Probably 3 times throughout that day, my watch kept saying, your heartbeat is really high and you're sitting.
No, not about your heart. It was
He's
something
talking
else.
about the anxiety for the vote.
Yeah, the anxiety. Jordan School District's seat on the Utah High School Activities Association was retained.
No,
We have
so
3. We have 3 more years.
that means that Bryce was elected to that position. So,
Thanks for all you do for that.
Reelected.
It's a lot of time, but I love it.
I think that really speaks, not only he's very gracious in saying how well respected our district is, but how well respected he is as an institution throughout the state. So thank you for bringing your talents to our board. Lucky to have you. Okay, are you done?
I'm done.
I don't want to step in too soon. I just want to talk for a minute about the Master Board Certification Program. This is a program that has evolved through the years and that is continuing to become better all of the time. Any of you who have gone from the years that I have, where it was like a trifold pamphlet that you had to like mark kind of like personal progress goals. Anyways, it's changed. It is an opportunity for you to do a lot of the things that Mr. Larson mentioned today in his training to us. And I am really growing to love it. I find that many of the things I'm already doing, so it's quick and easy outside of doing the trainings that are in there, but those trainings definitely make me a better board member. So that is one takeaway from USBA that I think has really benefited me. Some of the things that I don't want to go too much into detail, but going back to this theme of the remoralizing the demoralized, it really was like somebody gave me the vocabulary to express a feeling. I hear frequently about teacher burnout. I think it's a misnomer. I think far more often what we see is demoralization. And the definition of that, not to be redundant, but a deep sense of hopelessness and distress when teachers feel unable to do good ethical teaching due to systemic issues, feeling thwarted in their values, lacking autonomy, or seeking harmful policies prevent them from serving students effectively. And that leads them to a loss of meaning. I took that definition very seriously as a policymaker. I think that it is something I would like to keep front of mind, because we have the opportunity to bless our teachers and all of the employees of the district. Some of the causes or sources for mandated content or scripted curricula. We've got to be so careful. Focusing on cognitive needs while ignoring social or emotional needs. Differing approaches to equity and diversity. Everything, funding or resource limitations. Everything that was listed there, and I won't continue pulling them out, but our teachers are facing systemically on a state level. And in our district, we have an opportunity to provide as much autonomy as possible. I am very grateful for the vision of Dr. Godfrey and his team in recognizing how important autonomy is at school level and in the classroom. I have frequently heard them advocate for making sure that we provide that space. And in a world that seems to be inching closer to a real desire to know exactly what's happening in every class and making sure that it's completely transparent, this is something that we can protect for our teachers. And I will add that school boarding is an inherently moral endeavor as well. It involves human relationships and judgments that impact others. And one of the most important things that we can do when we start to feel demoralized is going back to our moral core. So for me personally, the reason I am here is because I believe that children should be our main priority. And in the moments when I feel demoralized as a board member, it's so important for me to go back to that core foundational principle and spend time in school seeing the magic that's happening. because especially during the session, it can feel demoralizing at times. So that was so good. I felt like I just got so many words. It was worth the price of admission right there. But one of the things that he talked about was know as a board member when to provide a compass and when to provide a map. And I was like, what does that even mean? But he was talking about a map. Sometimes we need a map, but it provides a very specific route. Turn left here, turn right there. And there are times when that is necessary, but I hope it's not our norm. Instead, a compass, we have a destination that we all need to get to, but there can be many routes that could be taken to get there. And I'm hoping that that culture of teacher choice and belonging in routines and rituals and in our processes of our board will be top of mind. Anyway, I was also really interested in the speed networking class where we get to kind of talk with other boards about what they're doing. I have a deep motivation right now to increase opportunities for learners in our district. I've been asking, how are you guys doing high school schedules? Because I really want to optimize students' opportunities to get out into like college classes, if that's a path that speaks to them. And I'm so grateful for the focus that Ms. Goff talked about today with increasing opportunities at the Virtual Academy for concurrent and any advanced class, AP or concurrent. I love the access that provides students, but it was so interesting. I just said, is everybody here doing block in high school? And like 2 people at the table were. There were so many really interesting approaches, and it just got me very excited to hear what our staff will come back with when we hear a report on some innovations for scheduling, and really excited for the possibilities, the doors that can open up for our students. Okay, I'll stop rambling. It was a great weekend, and I'll echo what has been said. The best part is the conversations that happen in the hallways and around the lunch table. It really is a privilege to get to rub shoulders with the people throughout this state, and especially to rub shoulders with the people in this room. Okay, let's move then. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Please. You guys dedicated your whole weekend. Superintendent, what would you add?
You guys covered it very well. It's a wonderful opportunity to learn from other districts. Ms. George did a great job putting together the presentation. I stood up and talked a bit, but she framed it all, prepared the presentation, met with Scott and Dave several times, and a lot of good comments about how helpful that was, and a lot of compliments on that. So it was interesting. Each presentation goes a different direction. One, they really wanted to talk about portables. Another one was a broader conversation that we had with board members from other districts. But it really helps you feel a part of a broader purpose, and it was. I always look forward to it. It kind of mark time. You come back from the break, and that first week you have that chance to interact and kind of reset and refocus as the remainder of the comes. It was also interesting to get to talk with board members from the 3 newly formed school districts, and they had good opportunities to kind of be jumped into the group. And I would note that the keynote speaker, Kim Lear, about generational interaction and characteristics, is a speaker that we actually invited to speak with all of our administrators a number of years ago for our administrative leadership conference. and she presented on working with employees and students of various ages and how to understand the perspectives of different people that you work with. It was nice to hear from her again and some updated messages. So great experience overall. Thanks for making it possible and including us.
On my way out of the first session that our district superintendent and President George did, I heard someone out in the hall ask the question of another person exiting, "Is this a good session?" And the other person exiting said, "Yes, this is one you need to go to." So it was very good. Rob's Rules of Order was very, very good and insightful. Master's Board certification, Nikki covered President George covered, and is changing a little bit, but it will be very good. An excellent class I went to was on FMLA and ADA, where the state risk management gave very specific and probably the best training I've ever had on this area with specifics. So it was very good. And I very much appreciated hearing from the person at the state over those issues. Let's see, another class I went to, I loved what one of the speakers said. They said, "We need to be curious, not critical." And it kind of reminded me of something somebody else said about being curious. And then Dr. Robinson also covered class I went on proposed changes to Utah law. I went to actually a few classes on because of some other meetings I had on changes to Utah law, but and some of the misconceptions and misinterpretations and things where the word "or" was interpreted as "and," but got some people in trouble, but the law. But so some things that are going to be changing, and that will certainly change some of our budgeting processes as those laws are debated and passed.
So.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks for your
Say something happy.
It was a very good conference. I did appreciate going. It was wonderful to be among so many wonderful people. This group here, of course, is wonderful, but there's so many great people across the state who give so much of themselves for others, so that others can benefit. And I appreciate that in hearing from them. We don't have all the answers. We do a great job, and I think you're right. We are very much respected across the state. I hear that frequently. But it sure is nice to hear from others, too, and learn from others.
I'm impressed by the representation of so many districts and how many have everyone there. It's almost outgrown. It's
true. It got a little snug.
a little snug sometimes, but that's cool.
And I'll just add, when you're talking about representation, this year there was a real effort made to invite the members of the state board who supported us so well through that conference. Many of them stayed the whole time. And then also just the amount of participation on the legislative side, from panel discussions to joining us for a JLC. It was really nice. Okay, and I was teasing Mr. Larson. You're never gloomy, so I didn't mean that sounded negative. One quick quote that I heard from another board member that I thought was pretty profound was, "Trust is lost in buckets but gained in drops." So, food for thought. Okay, let's move on to our board and superintendent reports and comments.
I don't mind going first here. So for the Salt Lake County Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, we have a meeting tomorrow. And for Jordan Education Foundation, the Donor Appreciation Luncheon is Thursday from 11:30 to 1 here at the JATC South building. If you haven't RSVP'd and plan to attend, you can probably still do that. And then for the Licensed Employee Advisory Committee, I have such happy news for myself. I am really happy about this. Our next meeting will be Monday, February 9th, and from 4 to 5:30 here at JATC South. And the topic of conversation will be behavior. I am very interested in what is working, what could be looked at. There will be more, the questions will be more specific on an email sent to LEAC members. And if any board members.
Run them by the board before you send them out.
Oh,
Because this is all of our committee.
okay. Yes, I will.
Perfect. That'll be great. I'm sure.
Can I
everybody
send
will say,
them through
"Great
an
idea."
email?
Are you comfortable with that, board?
And I don't even mind sending them as all individual emails so that we, anyway. And it,
It's probably fine if we need to make a response. We can maybe do it individually, but yeah, we won't be making decisions, so I think an email is fine. And then may other board members
yes,
attend?
if two other board members would like to attend, and if more than that, then we could possibly notice the meeting and record it. But historically, it's been great to get two other board members. So let me know if you want to attend and can attend.
That's February 9th, you said?
February 9th,
4 until 5.
4 until 5:30,
What day of the week?
Monday.
I would be available. I'd love to attend.
Oh, I would love to have you there.
I'd like to come as well. I will be a tad late.
Okay, that sounds great. So Nikki and Aaron, perfect.
I will probably be there and then leave when Aaron shows up. How's that? We'll tag team.
Okay, what time do you want me to show up?
Just take your time to get there.
That's excellent.
I'll start the meeting, she'll end the meeting. How's that?
That is perfect.
If I linger, what are
I'll
they gonna
keep
do?
my distance and my mouth shut.
2 things I can't do.
Starts at 5?
4 to 5:30.
Great.
Here at this campus.
Yes, in that room. I know I am violating GP 103. What is it? I don't know. The
Don't
clear
worry,
and
there's no
concise.
consequences.
I know. Please do not censure me. Okay.
Facilities Committee is meeting the 22nd of this month. So not this Thursday, but the following.
Audit and Finance Committee will meet soon. We have not scheduled a day.
So I'll touch on the two that I am on. The Jordan Education Access Committee with the Language and Cultural Services are hosting their annual What I Wish You Knew conference. It is January 20th, so just next week. And it's
Middle
at West
again?
Jordan Middle, yep, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. The theme this year is Our Stories Matter, and they're going to be highlighting and showcasing leadership from different district departments. Their keynote speaker is Kyle Reyes. He is an author of the book Lenses of Humanity and is a vice president at Utah Valley University. And they're also going to have student and teacher presentations, breakout sessions, and a boxed lunch. So if you are available to go, I think it will be a wonderful event.
Do we need to RSVP? I remember getting a.
Yes, that would be great if you could RSVP. Would you like me to send you the link?
I have it in my email. You're just
Okay.
helping me remember the things that I've pushed off.
Sure. Do you want me to send you the link, Lisa?
Thank
Would you send it to me as well? I know I saw it and now I can't
Okay,
find
if you're already sending, throw my name on there
Okay.
too. Keep me from the search.
And then for the Government Relations Advisory Committee, 2 dates you'll want to make sure you have on your calendar, and they're coming up fast. February 11th is the Board Member Day on the Hill, 11:30 to 1:30. Don't need an RSVP, but if you want to reply, we'll make sure we have a lunch for you. Any questions about that or any additional
Our board,
details?
right?
That's our board, yes.
I would just add on that day, 11:30 to 1:30 is lunch would begin for legislators to come visit around noon because that's when their AM session ends. If you were interested in coming up earlier, we could also arrange for you to sit with one of our legislators on the House or Senate floor. Just let me know. And I think that's
Is this the SBO?
No, that's February 18th, the second date you'll want on your calendar.
so. If you're interested on the 11th or any other date for that matter of coming up and arranging time to sit on the House floor or the Senate floor, it's a great experience, and be happy to arrange it on that day. We're doing it on
11,
Wednesdays.
is that early enough?
11, yeah. Their session, the floor session would go from 10 to noon. So, depending on how long you would want to sit with them. But
If you want to sit on the floor, do it that day because the 18th SBOs will.
yeah.
Yeah.
What was the first date again?
February 11th.
They have chairs there for you, so you don't have to sit on the floor.
Not literally on the floor. It's just the house.
They do have to go and get the folding chair. And
Yes.
So the second day, as I mentioned, is February 18th, so 1 week later, for the student body officers in our district. It's their day on the Hill, so anything you want to add to that, Mike? Or any questions?
On this day, that's when the student body officers will come up and arrive around 9:45-ish, just prior to the morning session beginning. But we usually stop at the we'll take a tour and we'll go to the treasurer's office and view some of the cool things there, and then we'll go up and have the students. We'll divvy them out with our legislators, and they sit on the House floor until around noon, and then we'll go to the Capitol boardroom and have lunch, and legislators will pop in. We changed it to a Wednesday this time because Tuesdays and Thursdays have historically been their caucus lunch meetings, and so it was hard for them to go to both and feel like they had to pop back and forth. So we're hoping that with this change to a Wednesday, that's more conducive for them to visit us.
And many thanks to Mike for organizing these two events for us and for our students.
And if you want, you can ride the bus with the student body officers, South Valley School, 9 a.m. I rode the bus with them last year. It was great.
Sorry, go on.
I do want to run something by the board. I'm on the Finance Committee and on the Government Relations Committee, and let me know if this is a discussion for another time. But one of the things that has come up is potentially creating very short educational videos, like for our citizens, here's how property taxes and school districts work. 1 to 2 minutes, if it can be that brief. But and there could be future videos on other related topics. Is there interest in the board, from the board, in pursuing this kind of endeavor?
I think that Finance Committee should have a TikTok account. I'm just kidding. But I mean, you know, those kind of short
is.
form video content.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible that
brief.
it could be brief enough for people's attention spans or something, and still give a nugget of information. I like what you're thinking, Suzanne.
I think it's absolutely critical. There's so many misperceptions, and I've lost friendships over this whole thing because people just get so angry over it, but they just don't understand it, you know, and it's so complicated. And I asked that same question because I would love the state to do it, and I asked that question in my session, and there wasn't really an appetite. Davis has some stuff on their website, so we can maybe scurry around and see what other people have, but if the USBE is not going to do this or USBA is not going to do this, then I wish our district would lead out and educate, not in a confrontational way, but an educational way. They need to understand it.
Did you know way?
Yeah.
Did you know?
Did you know?
At some level, even understanding completely how it works doesn't help the grandma or the grandpa that can't afford their home. I mean, at some level, there is an audience for it.
But I'm a
Yeah.
grandpa, and almost on a fixed income, and I do want to know, because I studied this as a school board member for the last decade, and I still don't think I know everything about this. And this is the way our legislators have selected for us to fund education. So we can say all we want. Our district has done a phenomenal job in our finances, and yet we have angry people over this issue.
Well, I'm okay if people are angry with the facts.
Yeah.
It's angry with misinformation that I'd like to see
Exactly.
if we can't remedy. So what I need is a little bit of direction on this. I have gotten resources from committee members. I've done some looking online. I've started jotting down some key principles, but I think ultimately the video is not for me personally to make as much as I would like to.
Be the director.
Yeah, right. I'd like to be more skilled at such a creation, but I'm not. So I imagine this is something we would ask administration to work on. Is that something that we would be ready to do, or would there be more specific direction needed?
Let's come up with a proposal in Finance Committee.
Okay.
Some very specific videos, and then we'll come with a proposal that you can make to the board.
Okay.
We've kind of refined it.
Great. But it sounds like there is interest then. Great, thank you. That's it for my committees. Since we're talking government,
Are you thinking of like coming up with a list of topics and then asking communications to produce the videos, or did you want to do that in a different way?
along those lines, what I think where I'm leaning is let's make a video, maybe with an intention of doing a series if somebody like the USBA doesn't want to pick it up when it's a huge hit. But there's so much that could be said. I think it could potentially be a series of many videos, and I would like to prioritize, here's the order in which I would imagine they would be, or we would imagine they would be valuable.
I think brevity is king here.
Absolutely.
Kind of like what we did years ago with the Friday Fun Fact, but again, targeted finances. I think laws are great too, but also even the successes that we had that we mentioned in that meeting. So many people don't understand how we are cutting corners and how we didn't have a tax increase from 2009 to, was it 22 or whatever. I mean, we are tightening that belt and people just don't understand that. So just a variety of ones like that.
Yes, and I think my vision for this would be to not only keep it brief, but try to keep it as much as possible universal, and then additions if we want to make it specific. If AI can be used so they can be updated as maybe laws change without endeavoring to create a new one every time. Just some of my thoughts for efficiency and optimizing. Thank you. I'm excited about it.
All right. I can give a little USBA update. Of course, we all know, mark your calendars, January 20th is the start of the legislative session. We have historically had legislative updates in our board meetings. I think that we have enough bills filed that are released that it would probably be appropriate to start that at our next meeting. Everybody interested in us continuing that? Okay, perfect. January 21st, we just are replete with opportunities to be on the Hill this year. And speaking of, we are moving JLC meetings to the Hill. So heads up on that little change. So USBA's celebration of public education is January 21st from 3 to 6 in the Rotunda. This is more of a demonstration of the great things that are happening in public education. There can sometimes be a strong negative rhetoric, and this is a new approach USBA is trying out this year. So every district will be bringing some sort of poster that kind of encapsulates the dreams of our students that public ed is helping to make come true, or helping them to make come true. So there will be each district, especially the districts on the Wasatch Front, are inviting students to come, and there's not like a big performance platform, but like maybe a place to show off that you did We the People or a science fair. There are all sorts of things. I'm sure that Dr. Godfrey and his team have something delightful up their sleeve to show off. Jordan, do you already have one? Should I?
We ran into a bit of a snag, but we can talk about that more.
Awesome. Okay, then the January JLC meetings are going to begin January 23rd from 11 until 1:45, and they will take place in the Senate building, room 210. Then there's another one January 30th. So at this point, we move to weekly meetings on Fridays, and those tend to be a little longer. So, okay, then USBA Day on the Hill is January 30th. This is like a longer day. Of course, you can come for some or all. It's up to you, but it goes from 9 until 2 o'clock. And part of that is a JLC meeting, so heads up there. And then just, this is kind of fun, but the number of school board members who have filed to run for positions in the state as well as the state Board of Education has been fun to see a few of those going and happening. One of those is
one of those sitting at this table.
Yes. We're happy, sad for Lisa Dean, who is running for the House of Representatives. So happy and thrilled for her, and so sad that her name is not going to be on the ballot for Jordan Board of Education. Another person that USBA-minded people will want to pay attention to is Julie Jackson, who is our president-elect at USBA. So if she is elected, depending on the timing of when she decides to step down from her position in USBA leadership, could potentially create an additional election. So I just thought I would let you know that that's happening. All right. And one of our employees, Nicole McDermott, is on the state school board ballot for my area, actually. I'm very excited about that, but it's
Well,
cool
and
to
she's
see our
also
employees working so hard.
On Granite Board. She's the president of Granite Board. Yeah.
Yep. And she's in between terms, so, but I honestly think she will do an amazing job there, and have no doubt that she'll be successful. Okay, that's it from USBA. Any other comments or reports before? I don't want to rush. Great. Okay, we have reached the end of our agenda. We do have a few closed session items that we need to discuss this evening. So I'll take a motion.
I move that we go to closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiation, security, or security here in the boardroom at JATC South.
Second.
We have a motion from Ms. Dean, a second by Mr. Barnett, that we go into closed session. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, that vote is unanimous among all 7 board members. So we are now in closed session here at JATC South.